My name is Elizabeth Rosa. I am the events manager for Sub-Saharan Africa at the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, your host for this evening, or for today. Today is day 2 of our workshop on regulatory convergence for healthcare products in Southern Africa. We're going to be focusing on medical devices today. Just before we fully get started, some housekeeping. The restrooms are back here towards the left of the room. The Wi-Fi is Radisson Guest, and all you have to do is just accept the terms. And if you need anything, there is Joe, Melissa, and Mariah that'll be outside at the registration for today. I'd also like to thank some associations before we get started. They've been beneficial to and essential in the production of the agenda today that you'll be enjoying, as well as publication and things of that nature. So I'd like to thank the Innovative Pharmaceutical Association of South Africa, the Southern African Medical Technology Industry Association, Medical Device Manufacturers Association of South Africa, Southern African Laboratory Diagnostics Association, Federation of African Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, and the University of Cape Town. So without further ado, for our welcome remarks, I'd like to bring up Mohamed Esse, the Senior Business Development Manager and Country Representative for Southern Africa from USTDA. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back, and welcome to those that haven't joined us for the first day. It's great to be here. It's my pleasure welcoming you on behalf of USTDA. Yesterday we've discussed pharmaceuticals, and today we'll be shifting over to medical devices. For all of you that don't know me, my name is Mohamed Esse. I'm the Senior Business Development Manager for Southern Africa, based just up the road here.
Recording in progress.
At the consulate here in Johannesburg, and I cover Southern Africa. As you know, USTDA is the US government's project prep agency. We work alongside and in support of US companies to further the development of large-scale infrastructure projects across emerging markets. We also fund partnership building activities such as this workshop setting, as well as reverse trade missions. And in terms of our programming, Sub-Saharan Africa is one of our largest portfolios. We have a team presence across the region, which includes Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, as well as South Africa. So for those that missed yesterday's session, I'm just going to highlight a few quick summaries. We started off the day going through the Zazibona initiative, highlighting some of the successes as well as challenges that we faced, that were faced in terms of the regions. And also heading straight into sustainable financing just after that. What are the challenges in terms of attracting financing in some of these regulatory frameworks? As well as the common theme throughout the day was digitalization, what folks are seeing in the digital space, how can we go about digitizing some of the policy as well as the changing environment in terms of getting things online. And then we headed over to capacity building and leadership development, looking at some of the new initiatives and lessons learned. I think some of the gentlemen in the crowd raised why Africa and why not Botswana or Zimbabwe or South Africa for that matter. And then lastly, we close with industry perspective in terms of pharma and regulatory pathways forward. So those were the common themes picked up in terms of collaboration, digital policy, capacity building, info sharing, support, etc. So shifting our focus today to medical devices, I'm sure these will be the similar type of themes that we'll pick up during the course of the day. There'll be some device demos in terms of hearing from multinational companies on some of the challenges faced in terms of complexities for regulatory pathways in terms of medical devices. So I hope day 2 is a dynamic discussion as day 1, and I'm looking forward to collaborating further. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started with session 1, which is the importance of distinct regulatory frameworks for medical devices and medicines. So I'd like to bring up our moderator, Dr. Jeffrey Sturcio, the board member for Corporate Council on Africa, and also the speakers. Please come take your seats on the stage.
Well, good morning, everyone. Yesterday was a very lively discussion, and I'm sure that we're going to get off to a similar start this morning with our panelists. It's really a pleasure for me to moderate this first session today, and I'm looking forward to today's discussion. I spent most of my career in the pharmaceutical industry, so I know I'm going to be learning a lot from our panelists and from the rest of you in the room throughout the day. I wanted to just start with a couple of brief remarks to frame our discussion on the importance of distinct regulatory frameworks for medical devices and medicines. I was struck as I was preparing for this session about how regulatory regimes for medical devices and medicines have developed very differently. For instance, in the U.S., the full Medical Devices Act was first introduced in 1976. Less than 50 years ago, when medicines regulation actually began in 1906, almost 120 years ago, with revisions of those acts in 1938 and 1962. In Europe, the Medical Device Directive wasn't introduced until 1993, which was when coincidentally, the same year as the International Medical Devices Regulatory Forum was introduced. And the WHO's first resolution on the need for medical device regulation worldwide was only in 2007. So you can see that regulatory frameworks for medical devices are, in the grand scheme of things, relatively new compared to medicines regulation. As recently as 2017, the WHO found that 2 out of 5 African countries had no regulation for medical devices, and another 1/3 had only some regulation. And a more recent study by Sarah Hubner and colleagues in Global Health Science and Practice found that of the 15 countries of South Africa and Eastern and Southern Africa, only 1 country, South Africa, had a complete regulatory framework. 7 of those countries were just beginning to develop a regulatory process for medical devices, and 7 had no formal regulatory process at all for medical devices. So that just goes to show how far we have to go. And medical device regulation presents a complicated landscape in Africa, as that suggests, and it's complicated by a lack of the critical mass of skilled individuals to manage the regulation of medical devices, and I know our panelists will talk about this. So establishing a robust regulatory framework can certainly help public health, and it will also encourage the development of domestic medical device industries and R&D and innovation in medical devices. Finally, I just wanted to point to 6 commonalities from yesterday's discussion, 6 themes that came out, and these are similar to what Mo just described. But I was struck by these themes. There was a lack of harmonization, obviously, that's what we were there to discuss. In pharma, there was a common desire for predictability of regulatory outcomes, a need for adaptability in regulatory frameworks to help deal with the fast pace of innovation, a need for capacity building and education, the continued importance of collaboration and communication for trust building between regulators and the industry, and the need to plan for the future. We talked about digitalization and artificial intelligence. So those were some themes that came out of yesterday, and although there are clearly differences between regulation of medical devices and medicines, those themes are fairly also apply to medical devices. At least that's my perspective or my observations from yesterday. So we now have, rather than hearing my thoughts, you want to hear from our distinguished expert panel who are going to explore the distinction between regulation of medical devices and pharmaceuticals and vaccines, the different value chains, the lack of consistency in classification of medical devices from market to market, and the lack of clarity on the regulatory pathway to market. So let me just quickly introduce them, and then we'll be off and running. Starting on my left, we have Athene Saul, who's the Senior Regulatory and Quality Manager at Smith & Nephew. She's also the chair of the Regulatory Committee for SAMED. Next to her is Falana Mugenyi, who's the the Director of Government Affairs and Market Access for Sub-Saharan Africa for GE Healthcare. Next to her is Sudesh Sivarasu, who's the Director of the Biomedical Engineering Center, Research Center at the University of Cape Town. He's also the head of the UCT MedTech Division of Biomedical Engineering. Next to him is Mark Bodley, who's the CEO of Integrated Management Systems. And finally, last but not least, is Dirk Gay von Pitius, who's Senior Manager of Regulatory Affairs and Quality for Southern Africa for Medtronic. So let's turn then to a set of questions that we discussed in a conference call last week to get us started. So Athene, let me start with you. What would you say are some of the key differences between medical devices and pharmaceuticals from a policy and regulatory perspective? How do the supply chains and value chains differ? And what implications do those differences have for regulatory practices and policies?
Thanks, Jeff. So clearly, there are differences between the two technologies. So pharmaceuticals are chemical compounds that are designed to actively interact and have a pharmacological action with the body's metabolic or immune system. They can be in the form of tablets, injections, or other forms. The efficacy is relatively straightforward to prove, whereas medical devices are primarily mechanical in nature. They have an inert effect on the human body. So a medical device doesn't achieve its primary intended action by pharmacological, immunological, or metabolic means on the body, but it can be assisted in its intended functions by such means, so the action is ancillary to its primary intended purpose. The effectiveness of medical devices relies on proper usage and the skills of the physician and other factors. But unlike pharmaceuticals, medical devices don't actively interact with the bodily systems. In terms of the risk profile, the risks associated with pharmaceuticals are related to the chemical interactions and potential side effects. The risks can be significant and require rigorous safety assessment. For devices, the risks can generally be lower because they don't directly alter the body chemistry. However, the incorrect use or malfunction can still lead to adverse effects and impact on the patient's safety. In terms of the product life cycle and the modifications, there are also differences. Pharmaceuticals tend to have longer life cycles, with improvements are measured in terms of decades, and changes might be infrequent. However, with medical devices, that is driven by technology improvements and are available to users within short time frames of 18 to 24 months of previous iterations, and frequent modifications are common. For clinical evidence, extensive clinical trials are required for pharmaceuticals to demonstrate safety and efficacy. For medical devices, the clinical evidence requirements do vary, and some devices do not require extensive trials, especially if they are similar to existing devices, and randomized trials are not the gold standard because obviously for ethical and practical considerations, for example, if you were doing a hip implant, what placebo hip implant would you use? It wouldn't be ethical. So for regulatory systems, pharmaceuticals are regulated by different agencies. In the USA, it's the FDA. US, it's the EMA. And in the EU. And pharmaceuticals do have their own unique regulatory system. Devices are also regulated by separate bodies. For example, it is also the FDA in devices and CE marking in the EU. Each industry does have a unique regulatory framework, and similarly, medical technology does require distinct regulatory attention. So in comparisons with pharmaceuticals should be avoided as the evidence and availability and the innovative cycles differ. Also, in terms of how healthcare providers are interacted with, for pharmaceuticals, they are typically marketed directly to the healthcare professionals, but medical devices often require the users to have training, and you have to interact with the healthcare providers due to the mechanical nature of the devices. Reimbursement for pharmaceuticals, the models are well established, but for devices it can be complex and varied depending on the device's purpose and impact. Research and development for pharmaceuticals often involves extensive clinical trials and long-term studies. For devices, the improvements are driven by technology and can be implemented rather quickly. So in summary, while both industries contribute to health, they operate in distinct and different ways due to their inherent differences, and therefore they necessitate regulatory tailored approaches. Understanding these differences is crucial for effective regulation, policy, and safety for the patient. Also, in terms of the value chain and supply chains, there are differences and similarities in some instances. So, for the medical device value chain, for the sourcing and manufacturing, medical devices involve the sourcing of raw materials and components and manufacturing processes. Companies need to ensure reliable supply chains to produce high-quality devices. For pharmaceuticals, the manufacturing and quality control, large-scale production of the medicines while maintaining quality standards, research and development, the innovation is crucial in medical devices, and the research and development focuses on designing, prototyping, and testing new devices, as well as improving existing ones. For pharmaceuticals, extensive R&D is required to discover and develop new medicines, and clinical trials are conducted to assess safety and effectiveness. Obviously, regulatory compliance, both of them need to meet strict regulatory standards, and for distribution and logistics, for medical devices, efficient distribution networks are essential to deliver the devices to hospitals, clinics, and end users. And for pharmaceuticals, they are distributed through wholesalers, pharmacies, and hospitals. The sales and marketing, companies promote devices to healthcare professionals, hospitals, and patients. And then the sales team play a vital role in reaching the customers. For pharmaceuticals, promoting medicines to healthcare professionals and consumers directly. For service and support, for the devices, post-sale service, maintenance, and technical support are critical for customer satisfaction. For clinical use and patient monitoring for medicines, ensure proper administration and monitoring of the drug effects. In the end of the life management, proper disposal or recycling of devices at the end of that life cycle is essential, and pharmacovigilance and post-marketing surveillance for pharmaceuticals to monitor the adverse effects and safety post-launch. So there are in that value chain key differences as well. The complexity, as mentioned previously, medical devices involve physical products, while pharmaceuticals contain chemical compounds. Then the regulation, the medical devices and pharmaceuticals need to face different regulatory pathways. Supply chain metrics like on-time delivery vary between the two segments, and value-orientated customers. The medical device industry is adapting to value-orientated customers who seek competitively price-effective products. So in summary, both medical devices and pharmaceuticals, they have unique value chains, but they share common elements related to innovation, regulation, distribution, and customer engagement. And lastly, the supply chain. There are distinct characteristics and unique challenges. So there are differences. So in terms of supply chain resilience, so with medical devices, the COVID-19 pandemic showed the need that we need resilient supply chains in the medtech industry. And so through those, companies realized the vulnerabilities of their supply chains, and which did expose weaknesses in infrastructure and performance. These vulnerabilities extend beyond pandemics and include also force majeure events, macroeconomic conditions, cyber security threats, and more. So medtech companies must continually evaluate and mitigate these vulnerabilities to ensure quality and security of supply. So the pharmaceutical industry also faces supply chain challenges, but it does have a longer history of dealing with disruptions. But both industries can learn from each other's experiences to enhance resilience. Also, direct to end user shipping. Devices often ship directly to the end users, such as hospitals. This direct model allows for more targeted distribution, but does require robust logistics. for pharmaceuticals, they benefit from inventory buffers at the wholesalers and pharmacies, which can help manage patient demand fluctuations. And then in terms of inventory management, typically medtech companies for devices maintain higher inventory levels compared to other sectors. So this does provide some protection, but it also conceals inefficiencies, and inventory alone can't safeguard against all shocks. So the pharmaceutical industry demonstrates better inventory stewardship with lower rates of inventory obsolescence, and efficient inventory management is critical for both sectors. For cost impact, for devices, the supply chains account for over 40% of medical device costs. So even there, if there were minor efficiency gains, could free up substantial funds for investments elsewhere. And for pharmaceuticals, supply chains contribute nearly 25% of the pharmaceutical costs. So optimizing these costs can also have significant financial impact. So in summary, both medical devices and pharmaceutical face supply chain complexities, but their approaches differ. Building resilience, optimizing inventory, and learning from each other's experience will be essential for long-term success. Thank you.
Terrific. Well, thanks. That gives us a really comprehensive analysis of the distinctions between medical devices and pharmaceuticals, so it really sets the stage for us well. Next, I'd like to turn to Sudesh, and one of the questions that you raised was that what is the regulatory pathway to market for medical devices, and how does that differ from countries and regions across Africa, and how do those differing regulatory environments affect the efforts of entrepreneurs like you and your colleagues to localize those technologies?
Fantastic question, Jeff. So before I go into that innovation ecosystem response, I want to kind of define what medical device is. And I think it's quite important to have that differentiation. And I'm going to pose the question to the audience, asking, have any one of you used a medical device in your life? Right? So we assume that you understand what a medical device is. Okay, so to differentiate the complexities in the medical devices space, let me first start by defining how broad the medical devices spectrum is. There are, as per WHO, there are 10,000 different types of medical devices that are in circulation. If you are listening to this or seeing this using eyeglasses, listening it with your hearing aid, or if you are using a Zoom function on your screen to read your text messages, you are using a medical device, right? So that's how fundamental the medical devices can start with. But going all the way through, if you have measured your weight in the morning, that's a medical device. A tongue depressor is a medical device. These are like fundamental definitions of medical devices that WHO has actually given it. But that being said, we have to go all the way through the spectrum because we always focus on the ones that are highly regulated. We think about MRI machines, CT scanners, Da Vinci machines, surgical tools, etc. when we talk about medical devices. But the spectrum is quite broad. So coming to the regulatory frameworks, the pharmaceuticals and medical devices are world apart. So we have to look into that very specifically in the lenses of medical devices, going by the definition of by WHO for medical devices, which is an apparatus, equipment, etc., excluding biologics and pharmaceutical products are defined as medical devices. So the value chain relating to that is quite different because from a regulatory point of view, we have to understand that from a low-risk medical devices, which has to go through a simple self-declaration process to something that actually requires pre-market approval. The whole value chain is different. And coming back to how it actually impacts innovators, it's almost impossible for us to screen innovations just on the basis of its efficacy until we have a clear definition of its safety. So for us as innovators to come out with newer devices and define its safety and put it under a classification, class ABCD as for SAPRA or class 1, 2, 3 as FDA, to put that and actually going through that whole process is quite laborious. So just as an example, our team developed a ventilator, right? And for us to be compliant with the regulatory requirements, we had to make sure that our devices are compliant with 22 different ISO standards, 22 to 25 different ISO standards. And for us to have access to these ISO standards were the first challenge, because each of these ISO standards could cost us anywhere from 600 to 700 euros per standard. That is just to get access to the ISO standard. Then subsequent to that is understanding what it takes to to make sure that we have testing that is compliant of that ISO standard. So I would like to pose again the question to the panel as well, whether we have such testing facilities on the continent to be compliant across these ISO standards. Because it's quite important that we need to establish those testing centers or testing centers which can give us certified ISO, different ISO requirements. So that's going to be one bigger challenge that as innovators we face. Of course, the next challenge is once we get it certified, going into the loop of getting pre-market, like preclinical trials, then going into preclinical evaluations, to going into phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. There is a lack of definition on how new innovations can actually go through this phase. There is a lot more defined information about innovations that have gone through this process, but not necessarily for de novo innovations. I think there is an opportunity for us to re-establish or look into possible clarification around regulatory frameworks within medical devices for newer innovations coming out of Africa. I'll stop there.
Good. Well, it sounds to me like what we're doing here is peeling a very large onion with all kinds of different layers. It's just the problems get more complex as each of you add some insights to the discussion. Well, let's turn next to a related question about, so we've talked about the regulatory pathway and the challenges there as Sudesh and Athene were talking. Let me turn next to Philana and Mark and pose two questions, and each of you might give us your perspective on them. What incentives and mechanisms and regulatory initiatives can governments use to encourage more investment from device manufacturers? And how can manufacturers and regulators work together to build the capabilities required to improve opportunities in the sector? So Philana, let's turn to you next.
Thank you, and good morning. Everyone who went before me said lots of clever stuff, so I'm struggling a bit because everything I wanted to say has been said. But here goes. I think one thing we often don't consider is, of course, we need good regulatory harmonization to ensure safety and quality and efficacy. However, from a manufacturer's perspective, regulations are part of a bigger puzzle because, as Dr. Crisp from the NHI said yesterday, governments in Africa are looking at how they can make devices more affordable, more accessible, ensure there's equality of care. So as a global manufacturer, when we're thinking about regulations, of course, we will comply with whatever safety standards are out there, and absolutely they should be harmonized. But when we're looking at whether we would actually invest in terms of manufacturing, in terms of increasing our investment in a particular market, the regulations for safety, quality, efficacy cannot be operating in isolation. What does that mean? I think Athena mentioned that our R&D cycles are very, very short compared to pharmaceuticals. Many people here, when you were kids, you were probably given Calpol. It's a pediatric paracetamol. I give it to my kids. It really hasn't changed much. But if you think of an iPhone, I've lost track of what iPhone version we're on. So technology drives our R&D cycles. And if we don't have regulations that allow for quick uptake of the latest versions, the newest innovations, then we're really missing out on the opportunity in Africa to make the latest, best devices available for people across the continent. So that's one thing. I think another opportunity that African governments could really look at is enabling regulations. So, does your country have regulations that allow for quick and effective resource mobilization for large-scale health infrastructure? Does your country have the right programs to train your workforce to ensure that they're actually able to deliver on the manufacture of our products and our devices? Does your country have the right infrastructure? Because, as was mentioned, there's something like 2 million devices out there, from a Band-Aid all the way up to a pacemaker to an MRI scanner. Now, some of these devices are very basic, obviously, but some of them are very specialized. So some of the devices that GE Healthcare manufacture are very sensitive to things like dust, vibration, power cuts. Is your country putting in place the regulations that ensure that our devices can deliver and that we would want to manufacture in that environment because it's actually enabling? I think the last opportunity, and I think I say this at every panel, is even as we're working towards regulatory harmonization, which is critical, it can't operate in a vacuum. There are a lot of initiatives going on across the continent and globally, trying to improve things like pandemic preparedness, trying to ensure that all countries in the world are prepared for whatever's coming next from a health perspective. But everything that's happening on the pharmaceutical side, especially post-COVID, doesn't really seem to be connected with what's happening on the device side. If we cast our minds back, when the COVID pandemic started, before we got a vaccine, what were we using to prevent the spread? It was a surgical mask. That's a device. When we were trying to keep patients alive, what were we using? Ventilators. That's a device. Once we had the vaccine, what were we using to administer that vaccine? It was a syringe. That's a medical device. Now, even though as a continent and globally, there's a lot of attention around making sure we have access to vaccines, making sure there's local manufacture of vaccines, there doesn't seem to be a connection between the devices and the vaccines. And they can't work in isolation. So I would say that the opportunities that private sector and the government can look at are how can we connect those two better? How can private sector work with the government to make sure that all of those conditions that we need to support better health outcomes are in fact available and being focused on? So I'll stop there and turn it over.
Great. Mark.
Thank you, Philana. And yeah, what can I add to all of that? Firstly, regulators can actually rely more on the certification and the notified bodies who've been notified to assess and certify companies as well as the medical devices themselves in terms of their technical files, their product master files, etc. And so regulators throughout Africa don't really have to meddle in the actual assessment of the devices themselves if they leave that up to the well-established bodies who are already doing that. Having said that, the hoops of international regulations to be met, for example, the medical devices regulatory requirements of Europe for MDRs and in vitro diagnostic medical devices have increased tremendously, which is making it more difficult to get devices in the market. So again, regulators can be rest assured that that is in itself a big safeguard to make sure, the most important thing is that we have devices that are going to ensure patient safety way beyond possible risks or residual risks. So that has been well monitored and controlled already. And the tricky thing is, though, it's making devices become more scarce. And in Europe, there's a scarcity of devices as well because the hoops have got so big. So there we need a balance. And we must make sure that we don't crush that balance in Africa, making devices unavailable and inaccessible. What's the use of having a device that's inaccessible? There's no benefit to patient whatsoever. So we've got to get that, strike that that synergy and balance. And to touch on what Sudesh said a little earlier about testing and the challenges for industry in Africa is very much the availability of, let's say, electronic safety testing, European norm and ISO and IEC standards, 60601 series of standards. There are very few organizations that can do that, and even less so when it comes to biocompatibility, which is a requirement for any device that touches the skin or goes into or on the body. And so the ISO 10993 series of standards that are applying for biocompatibility, one has to go to other continents to get that tested at the moment. And if we could have some university institutions getting in on that, that might be a way to do biocompatibility testing, sorely needed. And these are all areas that need to be addressed, which the regulators don't necessarily have to have hands on. They can focus more on medical device licenses for the establishments, and let the medical devices industry continue to make sure that we have beneficial medical devices for patients that will outweigh the risk. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. And one of the comments you made that really struck me as interesting, we'll come back to in a minute, is this the tension between international regulatory standards and the national standards. And you pointed out that that those can operate both to help ensure that devices introduced nationally are likely to meet the right safety and efficacy standards, because companies that introduce them, like Medtronic or like GE Healthcare, are obviously not just interested in South Africa or Namibia or another individual country, but they're making these devices for international markets. And so that's an interesting tension. We'll come back to that in a moment. But another dimension of these issues that we wanted to talk about is that, sometimes regulation of medical devices is seen as an adversary process, that industry is fighting against regulators rather than, and regulators are trying to make sure that industry doesn't cut corners and doesn't do things that might endanger public health. But I think that's a caricature, really, because what came out of yesterday's discussion is that strong, efficient regulatory frameworks provide predictability and ensure the introduction of safe and effective new technologies to improve public health, which is for everybody's benefit, both public and private sector alike. So the question I'd like to pose to Dirk is, how can regulators and the regulated cooperate to build trust and create an enabling environment that accelerates innovation and the availability of new devices?
Thank you, Jeff. I think that some questions are more easily answered. But ultimately, I believe that the regulator and the regulators from the side of the industry largely sit on both sides of the same coin. And I think your use of the word adversarial is particularly apt, because over time, when we've seen regulations that have been coming into play in South Africa, we've seen that the closer that we get to having these regulations in place and the more onerous they become, it's become more adversarial. It's also become more adversarial because we've had the ability to shout, so to speak, over Zoom or over Teams, instead of sitting across a table from someone. I've often found that we use language differently when we're in a team meeting, over a video rather than face to face. And I think it's largely become easy for us to do that. But on the same token, I think that, and this is for regulators in Africa. And in fact, it's most probably for regulators that do not yet have medical device regulatory frameworks around the world. Okay, so I'm not just talking to SAPRA or BOMRA or someone like that. But I think that what we would like to see, and I think that the regulatory authority organizations would also like to see that, is that we start to stop seeing where we are coming from, and rather start to understand where our opposite regulator is coming from. Ultimately, we're there for the patient. I think that I would ask, my call to action, so to speak, to the regulators would be, and largely because we have this overarching framework from a medicines perspective. Because when any regulator in Africa wants to start a medical device regulatory framework, what do? They go to the medicines regulator. And the medicines regulator comes with their framework in mind from a medicines perspective. And we've had a theme talk about the differences between medical devices and medicines. Valana talked about the fact of iterations of medical devices, how fast, how the speed with which our industry works. I mean, we could, I'm most probably going to make a few enemies here, but really the medicines industry is slow in comparison to the way that we work, And I think that it would be good if we could just understand the perspectives. And it takes some understanding from us because I come from a multinational background. I've never worked for a local manufacturer. So to understand your perspective, I need to get it out of my mind where I come from. Now, I've got a horde, and I know you know Medtronic. It's a big company. I've got a horde of people that I can go back to and I can get information from. Smaller medical device manufacturers can't do that. The effect of the framework is going to be very different on you than it is on us. And that brings to mind the next thing, and that is that the next call to action would be for regulators is to ask them to do impact assessments. Are they looking at what the impact is going to be of the implementation of a regulatory framework, no matter how simple it is, what the impact of that framework is going to be on us as medical device manufacturers, as importers, as I dare say wholesalers, and manufacturers local manufacturers in South Africa. Even simple aspects of how do we comply to ISO 13485. For me as a multinational, it's easy. For a local manufacturer in South Africa with 2 products to go and get certified, it's really difficult. So I think that it would be really good for us to be more granular in what we want to do. I think we need to take off our coats, our shackles, or whatever it is, for want of a better phrase, and look at where we are, try to understand where everyone else is coming from, to the benefit of the patient. There's a saying, and that saying, and I suppose there are many of these sayings, and China will say that they thought of one exactly the same because Confucius said it, or someone in Europe, Plato, would have said something. But in South Africa, we say, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think it's about time that we sat across the table from each other and started learning from each other and being more granular and understanding in what we want to see coming out to the benefit of the patient ultimately.
Well, thanks. And that's a very important point. And I'd like to just stay with that for a minute, but to take a slightly different twist on it, because one of the other things that was a theme underlying both yesterday's discussion and the discussions we'll have today is that, we've been talking about the technical requirements or the technical aspects of medical device regulation. As yesterday we talked about medicines regulation. But of course, one of the reasons that you want to have a robust and efficient regulatory framework is to help ensure that you can develop a domestic industry for making medical devices or pharmaceuticals for that matter. So there's an economic dimension to efficient regulation as well. So this point, as you said, the need to go together to think about how to understand the dimensions from each other's perspective. I just wonder if any of you have comments on what government can do to work with the private sector to improve regulatory frameworks so that you'll have an enabling environment that encourages more investment in innovation. And that investment will then improve public health. And then another aspect of this question, and this is where the point that Mark made earlier about the interplay between international regulatory standards and national standards is so important. I'm sure that many of you have been thinking about the implications of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement for opportunities for regional and intercontinental trade in medical devices. So that's another dimension of this economic aspect that I wanted to raise. How will that have an impact on current regulatory convergence efforts across different regions in Africa? So Mark, it looked like you wanted to comment, so why don't we start with you?
Thanks, Jeff. What I'd like to, in this regard, say is that our local regulator is trying really hard and have established what's called the stakeholders workshop forum for and inviting captains of industry to come and say their piece to enlighten the regulator a lot more as to the challenges and are trying to find common ground and the fastest route to getting medical devices approved for the local market. Some of the points that we touched on earlier are being tabled at these meetings, these captains of industry meetings. I've been to 2 of them since October last year and one earlier this year. And I think we are getting some direction there, some traction. And industry is then being given a good opportunity to voice their opinions, suggestions, as well as challenges, and so that SAHPRA can actually align themselves with the challenges and also to be able to handle those. And touching on what Dirk said earlier, an impact analysis of how regulatory requirements, the way they're implemented, can actually impact the industry. So I think there's an awareness there that's growing, so that's positive.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Jeff.
Terrific. Good. Philana, go ahead.
Thanks. I think one important and I mean, it sounds easy, but maybe it's harder than it sounds, is within governments, there needs to be a more joined up approach. So as GE Healthcare, if we have an idea and we want to help the government build a cancer center, we'll talk to the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health will say, that's a great idea, we need it, it's in line with our plans. But now you need to talk to the Ministry of Finance. And then you go to the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance says, yeah, that's in the plan, but there's not really a budget for it. And then they say, fine, there's a budget for it. And then you go back to the Ministry of Health, and they say, okay, but have you talked to the regulator? And then you go to the regulator, and the regulator says, yeah, but we need to do all sorts of tests, we need to go through all sorts of procedures, and you didn't do this, and you didn't do that. So you have to go back to square one. And all this while, the clock is ticking, patients are dying, and the opportunity is being missed. And this is a simple question of better coordination between all the different government ministries, agencies, departments, because it's different in every country. So even if we come in and we say our machines are ISO certified, the WHO approves, everyone approves, we promise it's safe, there's still a whole other layer of bureaucracy that means it's actually very difficult to just operate. So when we're talking about regulatory harmonization, I think it's really important that beyond the regulators who regulate the safety and the quality and the efficacy, you also have the other stakeholders around the table from the government side that private sector have to deal with to make things happen. And that's something that sounds very easy. I know it might be harder because, you know, every government agency I talk to says this is not as easy as it seems. But if it was prioritized, it would go a long way. I think with the AFCFTA and the opportunities it presents, a lot of discussions that companies like GE Healthcare have with governments, and this is maybe the same for Medtronic, and it is in line with pandemic preparedness, they all want companies like GE Healthcare to set up a manufacturing operation in their country. And there's a contradiction because they say we want to be a regional center of excellence for cancer. But the problem is their neighbor wants to do the same thing. And every country in that region wants to do the same thing. And what my hope is with the AFCFTA, there'll be a recognition among African countries that you need to look at your comparative advantage. Everybody can't have a regional center of excellence. And could they use the AFCFTA to figure out the best way to structure these kind of requests to private sector in a way that makes sense for the entire region? Because in many cases, there's simply not the economies of scale or the enabling environments for companies to commercially consider that this is a viable opportunity. So I think those are two areas that could go some way to unlocking the promise of AFCFTA and also increasing investment from multinationals in the device space in Africa.
Those are important points, and I think, from my own experience working for 20 years in a large pharmaceutical manufacturer, when it came to those kinds of questions about, should we invest in a manufacturing facility in South Africa or in Kenya or another country, I mean, it's not just a question of that facility. You look at the enabling environment in that country and look at all of the, as you said, you want to have governments have a joined-up approach to ensuring that they're making an environment where it makes sense to make that investment and you can actually produce goods and services that can be helpful throughout the region, not just in that country. Now, it's time for audience participation. So I'd like to open the floor now to each, anybody who has comments or questions for the panel. We have about 15 minutes. We started a few minutes late, so we'll go a few minutes longer. And I would like to just ask you to introduce yourself. We'll take a batch of questions and comments, go back to the panel. If each of you is as succinct as possible, we should be able to have a couple of rounds of comments and answers. So, Simone, I see you had your hand up right away, so go ahead. No, please use the mic, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clear one definition around medical devices. It's all around intended use. You mentioned the scale. If the scale is not for medical use, it's not a medical device. The same thing happens with something like a tampon. If it's not for medical use, it's not a medical device. And I think that's a very important feature. I remember when I started Smith & Nephew in the 1990s, we made plasters and bandages. Do you all know that the spec for the bandages was actually in the US Pharmacopoeia? That is where the spec was. We also had condoms that had compulsory specifications in South Africa, and we had the SABS permits in those days. But the thing to remember is that we've gone from bandages and dressings to trauma implants. And the technology has changed significantly. And that is, like somebody mentioned, I think Falana, you mentioned, that how we made Panado tablets, which I did in the 80s, they're still making it that way. But technology is very different. So my main point that I want to make is that I think the regulator needs to look and see. They're used to having 50,000 medical devices to regulate. They now got 500,000 medical devices. We need to start small. Start with baby steps. Don't try and tackle all the products in one go. I know they're talking about a transition, but even if they start with Class D, there are many Class D products out there. So we need to be clever around the implementation phase. Thank you.
Thank you. And Simone, I short-circuited your introducing yourself. So for those who don't know you, please just say who you are and your affiliation.
Sorry, so I am the chairperson of the Medical Device Manufacturers Association of South Africa. It's not my paid job, but I'm also the CEO of my own business. I've got a manufacturing operation as well as quality and regulatory and technical consulting. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I'm a pharmacist.
Let's take a couple of other comments and questions, and then we'll turn back to the panel. Others, they're at that table in the back.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ndiswalawana from Roche Diagnostics, and also the chair of the regulatory committee for SALDA. Maybe I have an appreciation for, I think, your comment, Jeffrey, around the number of years that the medicines regulations have been in place, right? And obviously, there's a lot that can be learned from there, right? And I also would have to acknowledge that it's not necessarily a copy and paste when it comes to the medical devices aspect of things. Given, I think, Prof. Sudesh's, I think the panelists' comment in terms of how vast the medical devices space, because I think even in the examples they wouldn't even touch on in terms of the IVD aspects, right? How different is that? And that, I think in the last, Dirk, you mentioned in terms of how fast-paced the industry is. This is also in terms of life cycle management, right? How product improvements within our space are very quick in comparison to medicines. But I'm coming in maybe from, I think I saw or Prof. Leslie Scott somewhere, right? Maybe from the university aspect. I'll circle back to Dr. Tumi's comment yesterday in terms of the skills and capabilities that are not present within the space, right? She called that out. And what can the universities offer? And I think, in terms of providing that when it comes to evaluation. We saw, I think, the collaboration with the VETS Innovation Hub, right, for COVID. But is there, maybe as an action point, is there some collaboration in terms of whether, we know currently SAPRA doesn't have the capacity and the capability, right? What would that look like? And is an opportunity for collaboration in terms of addressing that? And could it be then an action point from, I think, this workshop abroad in terms of how we can liaise, whether it can be something that's also taken up as part of the captains of industry, how to develop that?
I think that's a very good suggestion, and I'm sure the panel will have comments on that. Let's just take one other comment before we turn back to the panel. Yes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Louise Enevoldsen. I work for UNICEF Supply Division, and I'm a technical specialist for medical devices and PPE. UNICEF has a localization agenda, which is to try and build up local procurement and manufacturing, mainly in Africa, to support this whole localization initiative. The thing we're struggling with is how far can we push? So we currently have super strict ISO standards and regulatory frameworks that we want our manufacturers to meet. But working with the localization agenda, we wonder if we should continue to apply these super strict processes to the local manufacturers, or if we need to be, not waive, but just to be more flexible. And I would love to hear what you think about that, and maybe also the audience in terms of how do we get Africa to be more self-sufficient, not pushing too hard, but at the same time also pushing so we get the right quality of products. Thank you.
Thanks. Another good question. Well, let's turn back to the panel. Sudesh, let's start with you, and then Fulana.
Thank you, Jeff. That was a series of excellent questions. So first, to our beloved friend Simone, yes, the intended use is a critical definition before we go into defining medical devices, and I'm fully with you on that. Like, we should just follow that to be more clear. But the second and third questions are kind of interlaced because one, the skills gap is quite large, and just before the panel, I was having a discussion with the colleague there, Tracy, about how we prepare graduates, and these graduates are not necessarily readily employable in the medical devices industry generally. So we ran an initiative as part of the COVID pandemic during the one of the national ventilator projects. Like we ran a program called MediVentors, essentially a combination of medical device innovators or inventors together, MediVentors. We designed a ventilator during that process. But what we did in that, we identified the skills gap between what's expected in the industry to what's currently being supplied from the academia. And the gap was so wide. We learned that we had to give fundamentals about many ISO standards that Mark was talking about, starting with 13485 and 9001 and 14971, just the fundamentals. But just making sure that the graduates actually understand that this is going to be a day-to-day bread and butter of what they're going to be working in the medical device sector. That's the first step. And then in the process, we also understood that there are multiple valleys of death in the medical device in the innovation. It's applied for other industries as well, but as a friend of ours, Harry Teifel, says there are multiple valleys of death, and the intervention that is required in these valleys of death are quite different, and that actually makes or breaks an innovation. In certain cases, we need preclinical evaluation to cross the valley of death. In other cases, we might need tooling and manufacturing support to get into the next level of scaling. So, looping into the question around localization, it's quite important that we understand that the entire value of product development goes through a multiple phase in terms of what kind of support is required at every stage. So at early stages, there could be like innovation related support. The next phase would be more industrialization related support. The third phase would be clinical evidence driven support, where the regulators come into play. And I think it's a critical effort that all of us combined, as Dirk was mentioning. We should be doing it combined, because as academia, we have, from my viewpoint, we are very much limited in how far we can push the technology or innovation. But there is a lot of uptake that is needed from the industry to pull it. And more often than not, we see that we end up pushing technologies. We don't actually work from the pull from the industry. And that may be an avenue for players like UNICEF to actually give us what is your pull, so that we can innovate around that and create technologies that can go through this value chain. So one again, a classical example is how can we learn from the challenges that we faced in the past and build on it. We'll be doing a bit of a demo just after this presentation. I want to pose the question to the panel and to the rest of the audience. Mark indicated that we had about 10 different medical devices, so 10 or plus different medical devices that were provided emergency use authorization during the pandemic. And this includes ventilators. I want to ask what happened to those devices that have gotten emergency use authorization. Just for information, as part of the National Ventilator Project, we made 20,000 ventilators. What happened to those 20,000 ventilators?
Yeah, well, all right. Well, we can take that up in the next session again. Philana, quickly, and then I want to just have one other round of questions from the audience.
Okay, so the first question on skills. There's two things that could be done. The first is, from a medical device perspective, we have a whole host of different skills we need. We need biomedical engineers, nuclear physicists. It's a whole range. What I have seen done very successfully in Costa Rica, they actually transformed their entire economy, and now medical devices are their main export. It used to be bananas. So they're very similar to how a lot of African countries are. And one important thing they did is the government invested very heavily in creating programs that were appropriate for medical device companies. So they made sure there was a pipeline of the right professionals who were trained in the skills that device companies needed. That's one thing. The other thing is, I don't think governments lean in enough into opportunities from private sector to train. Every single device requires training. And I can tell you, as GE Healthcare, we're always open to working with government institutions, academia, to train on how to use these devices. And we do it for free. So this is also another opportunity that could be leveraged. I think my answer to my sister from UNICEF, I used to work at the World Bank trying to help governments improve the regulatory environment for competition. And I say this also as a very proud African. We should not lower standards, we should raise the bar. There is no reason why an African mother deserves less good or less safe or less innovative care than someone anywhere else in the world. So we should not be lowering standards, we need to raise the bar. How do we raise the bar? We raise the bar with people and companies like the ones on stage today and in the audience working together. We help the local manufacturers reach their potential, and if they don't, then maybe they shouldn't be operating. We should have the best of the best, and that means local and multinational. So that is my response to your question. Thank you.
Terrific. So we have time for one or two other questions, if there are any. Yes, right here.
Hi, I'm Ernest Darko from the Broadreach Group. We face some of the similar, we focus on using technology and innovation to improve public health. And we face some similar sort of challenges, in particular regarding the default, what I call the default model of how we are supposed to scale up and diffuse innovation, right? And the default model tends to be the public sector will do it on their own, and the public sector must lead, right? And then we sort of work around the edges trying to, let's partner, let's do the following, right? Whereas you look at other countries that have really been able to scale is they have institutionalized public-private partnerships as the means of deploying in particular technology and innovation, right? So from my experience, and I worked in government for a while, expecting all those lines, all those stars to line up, so for example, that you can set up that cancer center, good luck, right? Because you didn't add, by the way, Ministry of Works has to be involved for any construction. In government, by the way, you're not even allowed to move your desk across the room. That's Ministry of Works must come and do that in the Ministry of Health building, right? So I'm just saying, this is, you cannot expect that structure now to be this nimble, innovative structure that does it. So the question I kind of have to the panel is there sort of just a role for saying, let's institutionalize for areas where government really cannot do it, and self-admittedly, they cannot regulate these 500,000 things. Can we institutionalize public-private partnerships as the delivery mechanism? And of course, private sector needs to learn to behave and not abuse when they're given, the leeway. Just I think, because to me, otherwise we're sitting here talking about stuff that is just purely theory, nice talk,
Okay, well, the last question.
Morning, everybody. It's Sybil Sioka from Ample Resources. I'd like to know where the responsibility of regulation of medical devices ends. Does it end with the manufacturers only? Because what I find, in particular in the public sector in this country, procurement of medical devices, especially the disposable ones, is left to people who are not educated to handle, to even understand what they are ordering or managing or processing. Whose responsibility is that?
Thank you. All right, we have time for just some quick responses to those two comments. Mark, go ahead.
Thanks. Just on your most recent one, it's a really pertinent point. It's actually up to the legal manufacturer who puts the device into the market's responsibility. So the legal manufacturer has to take that really seriously. Even if it's a low-risk Class 1, Class A device, SAPRA classifies it. And then also on the UNICEF side, it's also important not to force innovators and device developers to put low-risk devices through the same hoops as high-risk devices. And to get that right is so important. Clinical trials on a low-risk device that gets enforced sometimes incorrectly, even in South Africa, that practice needs to stop to make it easier, but nevertheless not compensate we don't want to compromise. That's the word I'm looking for in terms of patient safety. We do require international parity there. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Athene, would you like to comment on either of those questions before we close? Or any other comment that you might have based on the discussion so far?
So actually, I was just sitting here thinking about my colleague Philani when she was talking about, the aspect of the medical devices require training, and the companies obviously who import them or manufacture them are best placed to train the regulators on it. So I feel that if that would be an area that should be looked into, where if the regulators could partner with industry to get the training, because obviously even my company, Smith & Nephew, we do massive amounts of medical education and training and cadaver workshops, etc. And as my colleagues, I'm sure, even in local industry, would be more than happy to show this technology and give the training to the regulator just for, I'm not, of course they do have an understanding, but to get that level of understanding, you need in-depth training. Yeah, that's what I would like to have made a comment on. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. And that's a very good concrete suggestion for follow-up action from this discussion. Well, we could clearly spend much more time. This has been a really lively discussion, which is what I predicted, and I wasn't surprised. I had a very carefully articulated 15-minute summary of the discussion, which I won't go into because we've run out of time. But I just wanted to comment that we did cover the distinct characteristics of medical device and medicines regulation. We talked about the longer life cycles of pharma versus medical device innovation, the complexity of the medical device industry, the R&D cycles, and the different capabilities needed for medical device innovation. We talked about one commonality, which came out very clearly here, that medical device innovators are first and foremost devoted to patient safety, and that's no different than in the medical field. But also, we heard about another important theme was the skills gap between regulators and industry in terms of what capabilities are needed to have a robust and efficient regulatory framework. And I wanted to just close with, well, first two images that will stay with me are when Athene said at the beginning that you can't have randomized controlled clinical trials in devices because, for instance, what would be the placebo for a hip replacement? I think that's a terrific example. And Falana's comment about Costa Rica, which has transformed its economy so that its major export is no longer bananas, but medical devices. And that was based on building this sort of joined-up government approach, building the capacity and training people so that they could do medical device innovation. I think that's a really important point, and that will stick with me. I want to just end, though, because Falana also made a really important comment that the goal of all of this, through the kinds of partnerships that Ernest and others and the panel talked about, is to raise the bar, not to lower the standards. That clearly resonated with you. And finally, as Dirk said, the way to raise the bar and to go far is to go together. And that emphasis on collaboration again is a really important point, and one that yesterday's sessions raised, and it's going to be a theme, I think, throughout today. So the last thing for me is to just ask you to join me in thanking our panel for a very insightful and stimulating discussion.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. So we'll ask everyone to come back at 10:40. Thank you.
So I'll just repeat what I've said. We're showcasing the BD Alaris Nexus PK syringe pump. We don't have the product physically here, but we will be showing you a video that demonstrates the use and clinical purpose of the product. And I will then follow on talking about some of the regulatory aspects and complexities when it comes to certification and registration of the product. So I'm going to hand over to our clinical manager, which is Zenobia, and she will go through the product demonstration.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So this is one of the devices. Okay, so this product is really, we were talking about technology and the advancement, the quick advancements in technology. However, with this is our next generation. The BD Alaris Nexus is actually the next generation of a pharmacokinetic pump, infusion pump, designed by anesthetists for anesthetists. So it's a very niche pump. Instead of doing inhaled anesthesia, this is total intravenous anesthesia or targeted controlled infusion for anesthesia. So if you see now, if we click onto the video, you'll see that the pump is actually already preloaded with a syringe. It's not playing. Sorry, I'm just going to. There we go. So the pump is already preloaded with a syringe. Now that syringe would either have your propofol, and then we put on your on button. It does a background check. It will set to a clinical default setting, a data set which is created. It's integrated into the pump. And then you're going to confirm whether it's an adult, what type of patient are you administering to, and then you're going to select a profile. So there's there's profiles for adult, for the elderly, etc. On this new pump, once that is already started up, on this new pump, you're now going to select, once you've selected your adult, you're going to select the parameters. And I'll go on, I'm just going to fast forward it because we don't have much time. So here we're going to, as you can see, we got the propofol, remifentanil, and we're going to choose propofol right now because that's your sedation, your conscious sedation for the patient. Next, we're going to look at, once that drug is selected, we actually see that, just going to move forward. So we're going to click on that, okay, and now the parameters go in. So then we choose the patient's age. We can go down and you choose various parameters. So when you choose those parameters and you're changing to the patient's age, you'll put in the patient's height. Following that, you will put in the patient's weight. And I will fast forward so that you can see your weight, your female, the gender, all of that will be selected. And then your targeted controlled infusion dosage will be controlled. So you need to be selected, and then you choose whether you're going to do plasma controlled, whether this propofol is going to go into plasma, or your effect site. So you'll see it's going to be, they're going to select your effect site controlled TCI, right? And then you're going to confirm your type of syringe. Now we've already preloaded a BD plastic pack syringe. It is currently on hold. It will not infuse until we confirm all the parameters and adjusted everything that the anesthetist requires. The key here is how do we want to, we've got 1% of propofol, and you will have a look there that you can go, it will be administered 1,200 mils per hour, and if you look on the top parameter there, you'll see that 0.0 is being, because it's on hold, nothing is being infused on the side. On the left, on the right-hand side, you'll see there's a graph. And immediately when this starts, you will see what happens with the graph. I'm going to move that forward again. And here it starts infusing. So then infusing, you'll see that the curve goes up, and that's your induction. So it induces the sedation, your propofol is being induced, and then it's slowly over a period of time. You will see on the right-hand side, 0.4 micrograms being administered, and as that peak, you reach the peak, it will start coming down and come down to a maintenance level where it maintains a steady patient in a steady state of unconsciousness until your surgeon is ready to wrap up. And then you have a decrement level, but all of this you can either look out to your text or you can look at a graphic version. So that's the text version that you're currently seeing. And you can see all the parameters over there. It calculates the BMI. If there's opioids in use and you say yes, it will calculate that as well, so that the patient is not exceeding, receiving more of the propofol than it needs to. And this targeted control infusion is based on models. And the latest model for this one is the Alefeld model for propofol 1 and 2%, the Alefeld for sufentanil, and then for dexmedetomidine, we have the Hannaford and Collin model. And these are used specifically. The Alefeld model takes a parameter from a 6-month-old baby right up to a patient of a very elderly patient, and also takes in the fact of not only age but also weight. So from low weight also to obese patients. And you don't need to use any inhaled gas for the patients for these long surgeries, and also for patients with hypothermia. I'm going to stop there. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask that. As you can see, I will show you one more aspect where the safety is inherent for this, because as you go down, nobody can switch off the pump during the operation. Pump doesn't get switched off. It will go on to, sorry, I'm just going to go, and it will go over to, there's various settings in order to switch the pump off, we really need, that's a serial number, etc. So actually on this, if we go to the options button, we're going to actually go down to making sure that we go to end of operation. Once you've come to the end of the operation, then only can you switch off the pump. And in order, there's your end of operation. We'll switch, only with that you select the end of operation, then only are you able to turn the pump, to power the pump down. And then of course you've got Wi-Fi capability, but the Wi-Fi capability is only dependent on a hospital system and on the hospital policies and how that fits in with that. But on this, now it's powered down and locked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zenobia. Okay, so giving an overview, sorry, I just need to stand here so that I can see. Oh, great. So if we look at this, in terms of, we heard earlier how the intended purpose is the most important defining criteria for the product. As we've seen, it's controlling infusion rate and volume to deliver either continuous or intermittent infusion therapy. And essentially, it's a pharmacokinetic infusion tool for administration of drugs for anesthesia. The intended users are also very important. Qualified trained personnel, primarily your anesthetist, biomedical engineer, technician, secondary, your nurses. And then your patient targets are neonatal, pediatric, and adults, all weight and age ranges, as you've seen by the demonstration. What's very important is we have embedded software within the pump. And this is loaded with a 3-compartment pharmacokinetic predictive model and 4 modes of operation. The Wi-Fi enablement, it's for wireless transfer of infusion data or download of event logs and data sets. Now, the regulatory submission of the hardware and the internal embedded software is incorporated together in the technical file. That's one of the first things in terms of the regulatory submission for this. Critical to this, obviously, is the directions for use. This is obviously a notified body approved document when we're looking at the EU certification system. With every shipment, we have a hard copy, but we also provide user support DFU on a CD with every product. The eDFU is also accessible on the website, And very importantly, why electronic DFU or IFU facilitates is even in the EU, we have multiple language requirements, and that adds to the complexity of hard paper copies of DFUs. The technical service manuals, obviously you've seen from the very specialized nature of this pump. Only trained and external service teams use this pump. The technical service manual is an internally controlled and approved document as part of your quality management system. And within there's a comprehensive set of spare parts that are included that form part of this. Very importantly, we have associated products, and these are syringes and extension sets. We have something called the Alaris Gateway Workstation. This is where it creates an organized workspace and connects multiple pumps to the hospital information system, offering data integration throughout the hospital. There is standalone external software, and this is the Alaris Nexus Editor. This is a PC-based application that allows hospitals to develop their data sets of IV medication, dosing, and guidelines with appropriate pump configurations. And then we have something called the Alaris Communication Engine, which is ACE, and that basically is when you connect your syringe pump by docking to either the Alaris Gateway Workstation or via the hospital Wi-Fi, the data logs and configuration information is automatically detected and transferred. What's important here is that each of these associated products require separate submissions, right? Unlike the embedded software, which is part of your hardware on that pump. So this adds then to the complexity of your regulatory submissions because you've got associated products which need to be registered in tandem but separately. Let's look at the EU product certification. As always, the device description of family. Like Zenobia mentioned, the originating product was the PK Plus syringe pump. The Nexus PK syringe pump is obviously next generation, right? But what we see is that this will be certified as family. It is a Class 2B product under the Medical Device Directive. It follows Annex 9, Rule 11. Importantly, we know about the MDD to MDR transition, and it's applicable basically with manufacturers' declarations and notified body letter to substantiate the extension period of the MDD to MDR transition. Very importantly, GMDN, it's, you'll see the code and the description. The description of the GMDN descriptor includes epidural analgesia, but it's important to note that this is contraindicated for this pump as per the DFU. So it doesn't mean that even though your GMDN descriptor allows certain things, it's still your clinical scope of the use of your product is still defined by the manufacturer. According to the EU certification process, we have obviously the legal manufacturer. Ours is BD Switzerland. And because of it not being an EU country, we would require the EU authorized representative. What's important is the EC requirement is that these details appear on your product. The actual manufacturing site is in Romania. Now, where does this cause complexities? In, for example, country of origin labeling may be required, and also in terms of some country-specific requirements where actual manufacturing site details are required. And you can see now that further adds a layer of complexity when you have country-specific requirements of labeling. In terms of the product compliance, okay, very importantly, the quality management system. Remember the Annex 9 conformity assessment mandates you to have a quality management system and which is subject to assessment, audit, and surveillance. And obviously ISO 13485 is our standard. The technical documentation, very importantly, it's lodged with the notified body because it's a Class 2B for assessment of the technical documentation, the design, manufacture, and conformity to essential principles of safety and performance of the device. And obviously, this must be updated promptly and necessary during the lifetime of the device to ensure it actually reflects the current status, specification, and configuration. And under the MDD, the global, the old GHTF's summary technical documentation STED is basically the basic format of the dossier that would be submitted. Applied directives and standards. I'm sure you've seen from the specialized nature of this pump and the software, there's a number of directives or regulations and standards that apply to this. And so there will be those that are specific to medical devices, electromagnetic compatibility, because it's radio equipment, because of the Wi-Fi enablement. It's machinery, so it must obviously comply to the machinery directive. Restriction of hazardous substances, waste electrical and electronic equipment, packaging, battery, AI fuel, liability for defective products, electronic devices that emit radio frequency signals. And then obviously your standards like your quality management, risk management, the information and symbols to be supplied, the software, ingress protection, partial simulation testing, specifications for Wi-Fi, etc. If you look at the DOC of the product, the Declaration of Conformity, this is the extensive list of the directives and standards that this product complies with. Okay, so bringing it closer to home here, let's look at the rest of the world compliance. If I look at SA as an example, and I'm talking about local current requirements, because this product is a medical device under SAPRA Medicines Related Substances Act 101, this requires listing of the product under the establishment license, and SAPRA at this stage does do a recognition of the originating product certification and approval from the recognized stringent authorities. The draft medical device regulation and guidances for product registration are out, but again, this is where we would like to have reliance leveraged very heavily. SAPRA radiation control. It's important this product falls under the Schedule of Listed Electronic Products, Hazardous Substances Act, falls under high-risk electronic product use for medical or dental applications. Importantly, the radiation control unit does do reliance on EC certification. We provide basic documentation and annual compliance submissions and renewal of your license. We have further ICASA. This is the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. The Wi-Fi feature requires type approval in accordance with the Electronic Communications Act, and you need sub-labeling with approval stickers. So you can see there's multiple layers of in-country regulations as well. Obviously, in keeping with the theme of this event, we really look to convergence and harmonization, especially when you're looking at such specialized products. So, you know, you leverage off what's already been taken care of by other stringent authorities, and you want to actually spread this to the rest of the world. So, regulation, harmonization, classification, harmonization, labeling, and then obviously the post-marketing requirements as well. And that's it from my side. So questions when?
We'll have questions after the next device demo. So I'd like to bring up the University of Cape Town for their device demonstration. And then we'll keep those questions in mind, and we'll have a Q&A after this one.
Thank you. I'm going to invite my colleagues, Dr. Mark Bodley and Sarah McEwen, to come up on the stage, please. So we have prepared a presentation, and the presentation can be loaded while we are doing the demos. This is just to indicate, okay, by the way, by means of introduction, again, I'm Sudesh Sivarasu from the University of Cape Town. Mark, introduction.
Mark Bodley, You've seen me just now, CEO of Integrated Management Systems, IMS, and we work very closely with Sudesh and team as their quality and regulatory consultants and management system. And over to Sarah. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah McKeown. I'm a project manager at UCT MedTech and senior tech officer there.
Thank you, Sarah. So the presentation here is going to take us through, as I was mentioning in the previous panel, we're going to look at this from a innovator's point of view, not like somebody who's come out with a new idea. What are the challenges that we are facing when we are looking at these innovations going up? And it's going to be very important that we understand from an innovator's point of view, because whatever we see there, it's an uphill task, and we don't know how we're going to solve this problem. We are looking for solutions. We are looking for help throughout this process. So keep that in mind. We don't have the solution yet. We haven't figured out the way fully yet, but we are in the process. Dr. Mark Bodley has helped us to set a process relating to ISO 13485 and ISO 9001 and SAPRA manufacturing license, to making it one of the first universities to get that for medical device manufacturing, right? So the slides here, do we have a clicker? So we're going to give a brief demonstration of various devices across the spectrum, from Class A medical devices to Class D medical devices to assist devices, somehow misinterpreted as medical devices. So we'll take through that process. The next slide. So I would like our expert to give a briefing on what they are looking at in terms of considerations for classifications. Mark?
Sure. Thanks very much, Sudesh. One would traditionally think there are 5 main criteria, but there are actually 7 if you consider Class 1 devices or SAPRA A devices, which might have a measuring function, or it might be a device that's been sterilized, so sterility comes into it, or it may have a reusability function. If it has any one of those 3 as a low-risk device, then the notified body who's doing the technical file assessment has to assess those particular criteria. So moving on from those first 3 criteria in terms of classifying device, other considerations are really importantly its intended use and purpose. Used interchangeably by the European directives, regulations, and although FDA is more about intended use, EU's intended purpose for its use. So don't let that confuse you. And then its duration of contact with the body will determine its risk class. Higher duration, more probability of maybe a cytotoxic reaction, genosensitivity, etc. And then the degree of invasiveness of the device is a big factor. Is it going to be on the surface, or is it going to be surgically invasive, or going through a natural orifice into the body or not? And is it active or not? So you might have active implantable devices which fall in the higher risk categories. It could be a pacemaker. It could even be a bone with a servo motor that grows as the teenager grows as an implant, as we've had from Dr. Bekatos in Cape Town. Thank you. I think that pretty much covers those.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm going to straight up jump into one of our solutions called Head Start. Before going into the actual solution, I want to demonstrate what is the problem that the solution is going to address. In classical examples, this is something that is going to be put under your neck during a conscious sedation procedure. So when you're going into a bronchoscopy procedure, your neck needs to be fully opened up so that the anesthesia goes in properly, and you kind of maintain the level of anesthesiology medicines that is given in the space. I struggle with that word. But so what happens with that is generally pillows, neck pillows, soft cushion pillows are used in that space. But this is something which is not clinically effective, because you tend to droop your neck while the procedure is going on. You want the patient to stay awake, conscious, but at the same time the airway to be opened up. You have a double problem here. One, as soon as a little bit of anesthesia medicine is given, the patient is going to droop down. So you need to prevent that from happening. Second, you also need to make sure that your neck is pushed outside to make sure that the airway is fully open, so that you don't end up giving too much of medication. So we came up with a very simple device, Head Start, and the device that is on here has a 2 point of contact, technically 3 points of contact. One is under your neck, that is going to help you move anterior posterior. The other is holding your jaw, holding it around your jaw to keep it open. This is a very simplistic assist device that one has, we have developed as part of our innovation process. This is done through extensive user-centric innovation, trying to find out what is actually going to be working within the clinical environment, what the anesthesiologist would be preferring, what the ICU nurses would actually want, et cetera, et cetera. And we also made sure that there are no metallic bowls in it, just in case if they have to do an X-ray or a MRI, this doesn't show up. So this is completely radiolucent as well. But that being said, we wanted to get this. This is equivalent to a neck pillow, right? So technically, it's equivalent to a neck pillow. We wanted to get it SAPRA certified. Before going there, we wanted to get it into clinical evaluation. Not clinical trial, clinical evaluation. So why clinical evaluation? Because we need to know whether this is serving its intended use, right? So for us to get the clinical evaluation going, we went to the Human Research Ethics Committee, and the Ethics Committee came back to us indicating that they would not permit this device, what was otherwise a pillow, to be used on patients until we have SAPRA certification. So, long story short, we went into SAPRA to get SAPRA certification, assuming with all the clauses around that this is a Class A medical device. Okay? And I'm going to get my colleague Sarah to speak more about what was the rationale behind it, and then Dr. Mark can jump in when it is appropriate.
I think just to quickly just highlight that these devices all come from students. They are connected with a clinical partner, and so these are master projects that are either taking further into industrialization. So there may be a lot of 3D printed parts, but I just wanted to clarify where these devices' origin are from. So as Sudesh said, we're just going to highlight the interactions with SAPRA with regards to this device. It's non-invasive, it's not active, it's no harm to user or patient, and it's used for less than 60 minutes. And so looking at the classification guidelines, we assumed that it would be a Class A. So I'm going to Mark's going to now speak about the actual interactions and, our view on the classification guidelines, and then probably SAPRA's view. And I think that's kind of where this harmonization is needed, and we just want to follow the rules and know how to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, so after months of toing and froing, playing email ping pong with our regulator to confirm the classification as to whether the device would in fact need a clinical evaluation or trial or investigation or study as such, the technical committee of SAPRA decided we had to do a clinical trial, which we think is completely over the top. That is just an example of one of the challenges that we spoke about in the earlier session this morning, that we shouldn't go overboard and at the same time not compromise. So at the moment it's still a Class A device, but the committee felt that it should go through a clinical trial. So this is just one of those interesting challenges that need to get dealt with. Thank you.
So interesting that again goes back to the problem. We really have to figure out what level of compliance is required, and more often than not, there are several examples of being non-compliant. But more often than not, we put our standards very high to allow even low-risk devices to go through the evaluation phase, not really into the market, but just going into the evaluation phase. Previously, this was not a requirement, but currently it is a requirement that even devices that are going into clinical evaluation have to go through SAPRA. This is actually putting a subsequent amount of, for lack of a better word, stress on innovators. Quickly jumping on to another example, this is a device called Flexigen. Okay, the device basically what it does is it's a gynecological hysteroscopy device. It's a non-invasive hysteroscopy device that goes into the cervix of the female genitalia.
Not surgically invasive.
Not surgically invasive, through the orifice, through the cervix. And essentially what it does is it goes in views the cervix, goes into the uterus. It navigates through the uterine cavity, the complex anatomical diversions in the uterine cavity, and it images the uterine space. What it also does is, because the current procedure requires the entire patient to go into general anesthesia because the whole process is very painful. What we have come out with is a technology that will allow you to do the same procedure with local anesthesia with very little to no pain, because the whole thing can be flexed at the tip. So when you're going into this complex anatomical curvatures, you could basically change the, or you could navigate the tip by the click of your buttons. And that will allow you to go into the cervix anatomy. But what is quite interesting is we assumed that this is going to be a Class B/Class C medical device, right? Rightly so, right? This is a very complex medical device because it's going to go in, it's going to look, and it's going to possibly squirt vinegar if it is acetic acid as it is going in the process in the cervix to do cervical cancer screening, etc., etc. But what we also did was to, in addition to this device, we also created a disposable sheath that goes on this medical device. So this disposable sheath basically differentiates the device from the patient. It prevents the device to coming in contact with the patient, and the disposable sheath is the one that is actually coming in contact with the patient. That's very similar to a condom, right? So Sarah, do you want to take us through this? Okay, so what essentially happens in this is the scope goes into the cervix, and the disposable sheaths differentiates the cervix and the scope. Mark, do you want to take us through the steps here? Or do you want? Okay, that's fine. So I can jump in. I'm just trying to give. So what essentially happens subsequent to that is, because the only thing that is in contact with the patient is the disposable sheath. This had a confusing review report from various regulators that have looked into this. We worked towards a Class B medical device, Class B, Class C medical device kind of regulation. So we made sure that that it actually will be compliant with that. But then the regulators came out to us indicating that this is a Class A medical device, right? Because the one thing that is in contact with the patient is the condom sheath, which is a disposable Class A medical device. And for our, for lack of better word, we were so surprised with the outcome. But that being said, it again goes back to the critical point that we are trying to raise, that we need to make sure that we have appropriate levels of regulation that are placed across our board. The previous one was equivalent to a pillow. That was a Class B medical device. This one is very close to being an invasive device that could potentially cause a damage. We are aware of it. That's a Class A medical device. There is inconsistency. This is what we are trying to emphasize. As a local innovator, this becomes one of our biggest challenges. Each interaction takes anywhere between 2 to 3 months to get a proper response. And as an innovator, it's quite important for us to know how do we fast track this whole innovation cycle so that we know exactly what paperwork to put in. The previous presenter actually listed 20 regulations to be compliant with, but we need to know what to be compliant of, and that's again a question that we would like to pose to the audience. What, in your opinion, there's no mentee poll here, what in your opinion is this device? Is this a Class A or a Class B device? Yes, Simone.
Use the mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So it's Simone. When you did your design plan with your inputs, with your research, what was your predicate for that device and what class was it? Number one.
Okay.
Number two, if that's like doing a scope, the sheath is only parts of it because the scope electronics is going through the sheath. So the sheath is not the barrier
The sheath's the barrier, but the sheath is not the detector.
Correct. And so I'll just come back to the two questions. What predicate did you evaluate when you, as an input to your design controls? And then secondly, when they did their rules, which the manufacturer needs to define, did you consider all the interaction of the total units?
Yep.
Thank you.
So, Simone, just quickly responding to that, the predicate device is a Class B medical device. So our assumption was completely based on that. The predicate device is has a disposable tip, right? Despite it having a disposable tip, it's a Class B medical device because it has an electronic housed inside it. There's no interaction between the device and the physical body as such, other than the light and camera exposure. There's no other interactions. But still, this is a battery-operated device that is held. So this is a Class B medical device to begin with. But then, this is where we need more clarity in terms of why is this a Class A? We are not agreeing with it being a Class A, right? But we would like to know, we would like to highlight the inconsistencies in which or with which we are dealing with, and this is actually impeding our innovation cycles, right? So there are a few other examples, and they will have more opportunities to interact that I'm going to quickly run through.
I want to ask one more question because you didn't tell us what rule you used.
So the rule, I'm going to, Mark was not the regulator on this. So
Sorry, the manufacturer decides what the class is. The class is only used for technical evidence compilation because the level of evidence that you're going to need is based on the class. So if you go to a stricter rule, somebody said earlier, we want to do the best.
Yes.
Okay? So if you as a manufacturer do it as a Class B, I mean, if the regulator says it's Class A, from a Consumer Protection Act as well, I would go with the Class B, the stricter rule.
Absolutely.
But based on the rule.
Absolutely. So we are building the whole product file based on Class B medical device. But the thing is, we're not arguing against it being Class B. So we want it to be Class B to ensure safety and protection of innovators as well as their patients who are going to be using it. I'm just highlighting the inconsistencies in terms of the rules that are being picked up, and that's where it becomes a little challenging. You'll see similar kind of trends coming up. Again, it's not a criticism of what's happening. It's a call for action of trying to see how we can make this consistent, right? So we would need input on appropriate methods to follow. Right? So maybe I think I might be running short of time. So going in, UC Vent, I know Mark is fully aware of this device. And Sarah, do you want to speak about this device? And we don't have it on display here, but we'll give you brochures relating to the product.
I mean, the big thing about this is, I think Sudesh mentioned earlier, and Simon also mentioned, is, we had all these devices that were authorized under emergency use, and the big question is, what is happening to that now? And I think that's just why we're highlighting this case study. It's not to discuss the class or whatnot. It's merely to discuss what happens now and where, there was a lot of innovators that put great devices together. Obviously, some of them weren't as great, we know that. But what can we do with all this innovation that we have? So I think that's just the slide, is what's highlighting.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. So again, one of the interesting aspects that we have to look into that in the previous slide is that though it is a BPAP ventilator that was developed for the pandemic, we have made sure that it actually is responsive for any future pandemic as well. So for example, with a simple software upgrade or firmware upgrade, we could basically make it do other things that are required. For example, if there is a high flow oxygen requirement, we could actually make this do it. But then that actually raises a question around software as medical device. So are we going to regulate this as a BPAP device, or are we going to regulate this as a software which is governing the medical device, or both? So we are still in the lookout for answers, and if in the room, if there are regulators who can help us navigate that channel, we would be more than happy to get your inputs and insights on that. So going on to the next case study, this is you might have heard about anaphylaxis, right? So anaphylaxis is an allergic reaction that happens as part of, like anyone who gets exposed to bee sting allergies or peanut allergies, et cetera, et cetera. Anaphylactic reaction, there is a sudden increase in your body trying to prevent itself from choking. So it goes into a preventive mode, and the body goes into complete shock. And during this process, there is, for some cases, the anaphylactic shock is very high, that they will have to go into having an adrenaline injection, epinephrine injection, for them to relieve from this anaphylactic reaction. So epinephrine reaction, medication, is usually a self-administered intramuscular injection, also known, very popularly known, the brand EpiPen. So you might have heard of the EpiPen being used for anaphylactic reaction. The challenge with that particular device is that the device is fantastic. It can have a lot of shelf life, but the medication inside that device has only a shelf life of about 18 months. So within 18 months, these devices could cost anywhere between $300 to $500 for a pair, and a patient needs the first administration within 15 minutes of their anaphylactic shock, and second within 30 minutes. They need to carry at least a couple of these intramuscular adrenaline injectors with them wherever they go. The problem, again, is not that the device is faulty. The medication expires in 18 months. For us in South Africa to use this medication, to this device, this comes from overseas, we already lose about 6 months of its shelf life by the time it reaches here. So we have, you will see patients roaming around with EpiPens, which are only having a maximum shelf life of about 12 months. So they end up carrying these beyond their 12 months time period, and they will essentially end up sometimes using expired medication. So what we came out is a device called ZibiPen. Zibi is a derivative from an African language, Xhosa, which represents allergy. So ZibiPen basically is an allergy pen that we created where you can actually reload the adrenaline vial, right? So you reload the adrenaline vial. The adrenaline vial costs you less than 10 rands, or about, in lack of better terms, we used to compare it to $1. With rand going down, it's about half $1. So it's about less than $1, you can replace the medication inside. The device can actually be used over and over again. So this is a medication, this is an intramuscular injector, which forces injection at a 750 Newton load. In less than 2 seconds, the injection goes inside your thigh muscle or any of your large muscle group. This medical device is a class 3 medical device because it's a life-saving medical device. But the interesting aspect of this is not considered as a medical device because it is using a pharmaceutical product. After it having to go through the whole regulations around building the device, it actually completed its first in human trial, and the results are very positive. We can't publish the results yet. We are still waiting on the 6 months follow-up. The first in human trials have been completed, but this device has been looked into as a pharmaceutical product because the whole vial that actually uses it comes from a different pharmaceutical supplier. Though your device may be a high-risk medical device, the simple reason that we are using a pharmaceutical product, the whole classification now is filtered with the pharmaceutical product lens, right? This is again another example that we would like to share, that as innovators, from bottom up, when we are looking at new innovations, trying de novo come into the space, we are imposed with interesting challenges that it'll be good to actually see evidence of something like this for us as a reference going into this cycle. Going on to the next device, again, we have a lot of such devices, and this is a classical inhalers that you will see with children. Anybody who uses a bronchodilator, knows this problem, right? And I'm just going to, for demo, Kriti, I want you to activate this device with your pinky finger. Yeah.
Your metered dose inhaler.
Yes, and that's exactly the amount of force that a child will have to activate an inhaler. So what they end up doing, so if you try to use your pinky, you will notice it's so difficult. I can't even hold it. so difficult. So children end up using it against a wall, pushing it, and pulling it hard, right? So this is as difficult as it gets. So we wanted to come out with a solution that actually helps children to actually use a device like this. So instead of having a vertical translation of force, we chose a system that uses horizontal translation and uses multiplication of force that is required. Now, Kirti, do you mind giving us a demo with your any non-dominant hand? Whichever you feel is. So the amount of force that is required in a regular inhaler is about 45 newtons to activate the inhaler, right? The amount of force that is required to activate this inhaler is less than 10 newtons, less than a kilo of weight. What difference does it make? It makes a lot of difference because we made it, again, with constant interactions with the stakeholders, with the potential end users. We figured out children would like to have it as a collectible. We wanted to make it fun. Again, one of the challenges that were imposed by the regulators were don't make it too much of a fun because children might end up using it more. So we had to play with that as well. But that being said, it also has a dosage counter on top of it as well. The device here, again, a classical example. This is a class A medical device because this could be something that it doesn't interfere in the medication. It actually is an assist device to use an already approved pharmaceutical product. So this should be a class A medical device. But what we also found very interesting is that this can be classified as an assistive device. This can be classified as an assistive device because it is assisting a patient to use a medical device. Again, it's open for interpretations, but I would like to open this again. Maybe we are not actually looking in the right spaces. Maybe we need to bring in that uniform lens, like Philani actually mentioned. We need to bring out the right kind of lens to look into all of these devices. But only by getting those kind of lenses and making sure that we have harmony in terms of what exactly we need to follow, we can navigate these challenges. Again, going to the next slide.
FDA have also confirmed that that's class 1 at the moment.
Class 1. Yeah. So
non-measuring.
Non-measuring. Okay. Again, this is your space. This is yours. Yeah.
I mean, this was just some of the questions that they wanted us to answer, and Mark and I had a big discussion about these of the guidelines, the sessions that Kirti gave to us. But there were questions about the labeling and IFU, and I think there's a lot of chat about QR codes and whatnot. So I guess, Mark, I'll just head over to your discussion, but this doesn't have to be the biggest discussion point, just a quick overview.
Just the information for use that's supplied with medical devices and what form it comes in, it varies a lot from labeling all the way through to instructional information that goes in the actual packaging of the device, all the way through to, as we saw with our previous presenter just now, technical servicing documentation or manuals, and terms of the identification, the new UDI, DI, PI, which is not a political party, description of the device, and that's going to go into the international UDAMED database eventually by 2026, carries all the information, the blueprint about the device. So there's transparency and there's patient safety ensured, and there's transparency around the world. That's where things are going. And from a QR code point of view and information for use on the device, that is a very good way of getting user information for those who do have smart phones or smart devices that can read the QR code, but it won't replace the paperback, as Sarah's eloquently penned it there, as user information. There's so many people in the world that don't have access to QR code information. So yeah, just an interesting space that's developing.
Thank you, Mark. Again, digitalization, yeah, we need to look into this as well, like whether we have QR codes replacing the brochures, because we end up a lot of time preparing and printing these brochures, maybe not. And just going into the next slide. Do you want to speak to this? Okay, so one of the things that I want to quickly summarize is, there is no compromise on the safety to begin with. So that's not our priority. But we need to also define what that safety is. And we need to have probably not necessarily a uniform, but a unified scale of defining safety. And more often than not, when we speak about medical devices, we jump onto the efficiency of the device. We shouldn't be focusing too much on the efficacy of the device, but we should be focusing on how we have prevented the risk to the patient, the risk to the users, and the risk to the healthcare system. And talking to our colleague here from UNICEF, I wanted to highlight this particular product, right? You might have seen visors that we used during the pandemic. And this is like it's a no-brainer, right? It uses a simple foam, an elastic band, a sheath, and for if you're interested, just have a look at this device. Until we actually had a SAPRA note on it, until we were able to get SAPRA certification for this device on the brochure, for this device, we weren't able to supply it to the clinics. So, in our efforts to producing PPEs, so 55,000 of these PPEs were circulated as part of our COVID response. But before we could do that, we actually had to get it SAPRA lined. And actually, going back to the last session, one of the questions that was raised was about who's responsible for the disposal of the medical device. And Mark eloquently actually confirmed it's the responsibility of the designer or the innovator. So we had to make sure that the disposable instructions are also given in this, and make sure that it is in a safe, sterile package with appropriate disposal mechanism listed on it. And lastly, when it comes to assist devices in general, there is a big push. I know we are out of time. There's a big push for additive manufacturing 3D printed medical devices. And across the country, for assistive devices, for prosthetics, as you may see, we have interacted with the Department of Health prosthetic and orthotic centers across the country, prosthetist associations. There is no clear definition of what is the standard that is required for these prostheses to be complying before it can be approved for clinical or for assistive devices use. Again, the intention here is to raise our curiosity to see how can we have a lens with which we can actually see all of these devices and make an appropriate recommendation and kind of get this approved by our regulatory body with an effort that this could actually go on to reach the rest of the continent so that these innovations not only benefit South Africa, the rest of the continent, and the rest of the world. The rest of the world is easy because we can go through CE, FDA, and then pass it on to the other countries. But rest of the continent is almost impossible for us to get through. So that's a challenge that I would like to express from our side, and we are very curious to learn how we can navigate this pathway. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to have a quick Q&A. If I can ask the ladies from Becton Dickinson to come back up as well. So does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns? Right back here.
Hi, it's Leslie Scott from Wits University, and I'm going to challenge my UCT colleague here. Sudesh, if you had to take yourself out of the equation and put yourself in SAPRA's position, what would you recommend? How can you actually help SAPRA to make these decisions? And I think, for me, that's one of the biggest questions you're asking, because you're posing questions to an organization that might not be able to answer the speed at which you need it and the complexity. So help them, work it out with them, or put something in place that can help, because these are fantastic innovations. And we don't want this to leave South Africa. We want these innovations here. But it's taking us a lot longer to get through our own processes. So how would you help them?
Thank you, Prof. Scott. We've had this discussion previously as well. So it's a classical difference between perception and perspective. We need to add perspective to this so that our regulators can actually add that, have a look at it from that point of view. So my recommendation, again, if I were SAPRA, I would actually start to look first is, if I'm SAPRA, I would like to see how many biomedical engineers and how many medical device engineers are in my portfolio or in my team. Okay? It's no criticism of SAPRA. This is what most regulatory bodies are doing. They're using pharmacists to regulate medical devices. And it's no criticism of that. You know, they understand the systems better because it's coming out from the MCC background. But that being said, we need to first make sure that we have enough capacity from a medical devices point of view to regulate medical devices. Not pharmacists regulating medical devices as practitioners regulating medical devices. I'll put that as the first recommendation. Second recommendation, do you have a triaging mechanism? I remember CEO of SAPRA actually speaking to them exploring a AI-based tool for triaging medical devices based on risk. We would love to see that come into action. Because if that comes into action, we would know exactly what kind of paperwork, what kind of technical documentation that we would require to follow for any of these medical devices. Like, say, for a classical example, we know that we use patent classification codes to classify patents within a particular group. Can we have, there may be classification codes within the regulatory space. Can we use the flowcharts to help us streamline our technical documentation, our risk documentation according to that? Thirdly, I would also say, like that we have an FDA, where we can actually reach out to FDA 24/7, send out a query, we receive significantly prompt response, less than 24 hours from FDA. We have to wait for 3 months to our own local regulators. Can we streamline this? If I were SAPRA, I would actually do that. SAPRA has been extremely helpful with us. Every time we have actually reached out to them, they have been very, very patient with us. They know that we don't know this process fully, but for us to be told that we need to follow X, Y, Z, we actually need a little more guidance. That's what I would say. Mark?
We had a lot of interaction with SAPRA on all of these. And unfortunately, within SAPRA, there's still capacity building. And medical technologies, technologists, biomedical engineering, all the way through to microbiological understanding in terms of materials, which is also one of those criteria that determines the class of the device, which I didn't mention earlier, the seventh one, materials. To have experts in all those areas beyond pharmaceuticals or different to pharmaceuticals, should I say, is still a challenge. But we are trying to assist in our dialogue with the SAPRA team to get to the right endpoint. Thanks.
All right, next question, right here.
Hi, so I'm Tanya Wacht. I'm the Executive Officer for the South African Medical Technology Industry Association. I just thought maybe one of the ways that SAPRA could capacitate, because it's going to be very difficult for them to find experts in every field. And even to keep them, because sometimes those people get taken by private sector. But maybe to have some kind of an arrangement with a notified body. So a notified body could support them in some of these discussions and reviews. And I know it might sound maybe difficult, but perhaps even being able to take the device and have them look at it and get a feel for it. Because sometimes we lose things in interpretation when we deal with matters via email or over the phone, and it would help to maybe be in the same room.
That's a great recommendation, Tanya, if I may respond to that. And, I must say, our local bodies like MDMSA has been very helpful, and their extended network have been very helpful in helping us understand what are our requirements. And I think that sort of an engagement can actually go beyond local manufacturers into regulators as well. So we would be open and we would be willing to engage with SAPRA on something of that sort.
Great. And our last question we'll have right here in the front.
It's Simone again. Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment. We know that SAPRA are benchmarking with IMDRF, so we know what the requirements are. I was on the SAVE-P ventilator project. We were the first to get SAPRA approval. And the way we ran our project is that we worked with the company overseas. And what I suggest is that what we as manufacturers need to do is use our other partners overseas to help us grow in the sector. And when it comes to products like you've got, we know we don't have a registration process. But what we do know is what the rest of the world are doing. And I can tell you the technical evidence requirements for the FDA, TGA, Canada, Japan are all the same. It's all about risk assessment, technical documentation, evidence to the essential principles of safety and performance. So that's my recommendation, is let us guide SAPRA as well. Let's get the best technical evidence. Let's play by the book that they're doing internationally. We know what that is. They've been doing it for 50 years. I did my first technical file at Smith & Nephew in 1995. It was for a bandage, I get it. But at the end of the day, we don't need to reinvent anything. The history is there, and people are very helpful. Thank you.
So Kanyasile is the Medical Device and IVD Registration Officer at SAPRA. She has a Bachelor of Pharmacy. She has a Master's in Pharmacy Administration and Policy Regulations. She's currently doing her MBA in Healthcare Leadership at WITS, and she is a participant in IMDRF working groups, the African Medical Device Forum working groups, and a committee member for 2 SABS technical committees. Welcome, Kanyasile. Next up is Francina Nambahu. Francina is the Registrar of Medicines for the Namibian Medicines Regulatory Authority. She is also a pharmacist, and she has 14 years' experience in health and pharmaceutical policy, chemistry, manufacturing, control, and also R&D. Welcome, Francina. Khatija Suleiman is Becton Dickinson's Head of Regulatory Affairs for Africa, also a pharmacist and clinical pharmacologist with 35 years of experience and expertise in the healthcare industry. You don't look a day over 35. So you must have started when you were just born. She's also the Vice Chair of the SAMED Regulatory Committee and is passionate about enhancing and shaping regulatory frameworks that support innovative healthcare delivery and patient safety. And then we have Rana Chalub, who is joining us virtually. Are we able to get Rana on the screen? Great. Hi, Rana.
Hello, Tanya. Hello, everyone.
So Rana is the Regulatory Affairs Director at MicoMed. She is also the co-chair of the Global Medical Technology Alliance. She has worked in leading multinational medical device companies such as Johnson & Johnson and Medtronic. She holds a medical laboratory sciences degree, along with a regulatory affairs certification from RAPS and a certificate in regulation theory, strategy, and practice from London School of Economics and Political Sciences. And more recently, she has been actively involved in the Medical Device Regulatory Convergence Program for Africa. So to lead into the session, I just want to share a few insights. COVID-19 exposed many vulnerabilities of our current global healthcare ecosystem. However, it also spurred debate on how to find novel solutions. Consensus is growing that reliance pathways are useful in both emergency and routine situations, and that more could be done to leverage their benefits. Regulatory reliance is a 21st century best regulatory practice, not only for resource-constrained agencies, but also for better resourced agencies. In the last few decades, several challenges have exacerbated the need for new technical resources at every national regulatory agency. These include the trend toward globalization of the medical device and IVD industry,
increased complexity, increased numbers of products, and an increased need for national regulatory agencies to improve their cooperation and communication with each other. The concept of regulatory reliance pathways have emerged as a potential strategy to bring greater efficiency to the regulatory process by eliminating duplicative work, strengthening regulatory systems, optimizing resource utilization with a focus on value-added activities without sacrificing quality, safety, or effectiveness. In the words of Analia Poraz from the Pan American Health Organization, reliance is not outsourcing of decision-making. It is a tool to add better informed decision-making, and as such does not represent a less robust form of regulation. Although reliance models have become increasingly crucial for regulatory harmonization, there still exists a gap between understanding the concept and effectively implementing it. So our panel will examine the nuanced aspects of reliance systems, and we hope to address the critical question, what must stakeholders do to prepare for seamless implementation? Okay. I'm going to join the panel. And if I may start with Kanisile. From a regulator's perspective, how would you define regulatory reliance for medical devices and IVDs?
Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. Thank you so much for having me here, and I hope I can provide some introspect in terms of SAPRA. It's funny being up here after the whole debate from UCT Medtech. How I would define reliance is, as a regulator, leveraging on the assessment and work done by other regulators to make informed decisions. The example I will give is with COVID-19, whereby there are high risk here in South Africa. However, if that specific test kit was approved by USFDA, TGA, we were able to ensure that the timeline to review that product was shortened. So we were very much leveraging on that. TGA and USFDA have done a full technical assessment review of that product. So then in order for us to ensure the accessibility to that product, the time was shorter, it was accessible to the public within South Africa. So it's just leveraging on the work of other regulators.
Thanks, Kanisile. Francina, would you agree with that? Like to add your thoughts? And is Namibia doing anything in particular with regards to reliance? I know you mentioned to me that you're more in the space of medicines, but maybe you can give us some insights.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Certainly, I do agree with what my colleague has said. Relying on assessment, really, if you look at the NRAs or the regulators which were mentioned prior, it's really regulators that developers or researchers would opt to work with in the research stage already of treatment options or medical device. So that gives a benefit to those that may not have had the opportunity to be consulted by the researcher during the development phase. And I think when we are bringing products to market, it's also important to have the understanding of the journey during the development, and relying then on authorities or colleagues that have worked with the developers up to the marketing authorization being issued to the developer is beneficial to authorities that may not have had that opportunity. Authorities that are less resourced in human resources. I think the previous speaker spoke extensively about the limitation in the expertise, the human resources expertise when it comes to regulators taking up the space regulating medical devices. So when we don't have the right package to do that certification, it's important that we rely on others that have the knowledge and expertise, and those that have been there from the beginning during the development of whatever device or treatment option is being offered and needed by patients. And I think the most important thing in reliance is the patient needs, that we are relying so that our journey for patients having access to this treatment is shortened. In where we have certainly that we are not capacitated, what is the other option that we have to take? And that is reliance. And yesterday we spoke about the trust, and I think the acknowledgement that we have to acknowledge that there are those that come before us, and we have to go to them for us to move forward together. Thank you.
Thanks. Rana, reliance models are relatively well known as they pertain to pharmaceuticals. In your experience, is this the case for medical devices and IVDs? Maybe you can, if you know of some examples of NRAs that have successfully implemented regulatory reliance, and maybe give us some examples.
Yeah. Thank you, Tanya. I would have loved to be with you here in Johannesburg, but unfortunately couldn't make it in person. But I'm really happy to be part of this panel for a topic that is really close to my heart, that is reliance. Eventually, if we take just one step back, Tanya, and based on what my colleagues already mentioned about what is reliance, so I believe it all starts with the initial cooperation with the different regulatory authority, which is the basic form of interaction between regulatory authorities. And then we can move in step by step to regulatory convergence by having the authorities aligning their approaches and their regulatory frameworks to bring them to a closer, what we say, harmonization, all the way up to the ultimate form of cooperation, that is reliance, and that is giving way to the significant and to the assessment that is being performed by other regulatory authorities. And an important point, Tanya, that you also mentioned in your introduction, that reliance is actually, it's a smarter regulatory oversight, but always the relying authority would let's say, keep its independence and its decision-making process. So they will always be accountable for their own decision-making and keep this, let's say, autonomous form of regulations. This is being said, I'm happy, honestly, to see a lot of focus for the medical devices lately on reliance. Even in the IMDRF meeting happening right now in DC, there is a dedicated session on reliance, and reliance is really a buzzword there. So we're happy to see this more and more on the international forums, whether the IMDRF, GHWP, even WHO with their reliance principles. So, and AMDF on the African continental level for medical devices. So it's really getting more and more attention for the medical devices, basically based on the success stories that were done in the pharma sector, but also on the international level, a lot of success stories that I can mention, for example, the eStar program, which is an assessment between USFDA and Canada. There is as well the Singapore-Thailand HSA reliance model that proved as well to be a successful story. The MDSAP, which is a form of reliance based on the inspection program that also, let's say, positioned as really a form of implementation of reliance. So I believe all these international success stories, and we're expecting and hope to see more and more on the continental level in Africa under the AMDF in form of cooperation and reliance, because I believe no one can contest the benefits of reliance after all what we've seen. So we're looking really furthermore to have this implemented and strengthening the regulatory capacities for the medical devices and in vitro diagnostics.
Thank you, Rana. Khadija, from your perspective and as an industry representative, what do you see the benefits of regulatory reliance?
Before I go into the questions that posed, I Dana mentioned the IMDRF meeting that's going on. And I think for Africa, there's been a huge win. We've seen Kenya just being approved as an affiliate to the MDSAP program. And so that's a huge leap forward for Africa, and we need to see more of that. So I think we're already seeing some major wins happening in this regard. Coming back to your question, I think when you talk about reliance, and whether it's medical devices or IVDs, the basics that we would look to is harmonization of the regulations that can support reliance, right? Use of, I think, standardized terminologies and definitions, which then can classify products under registration. When you look at like the IVD space, for example, when you talk IVDs, within scope are things like reagents, calibrators, controls, the related equipment and software or instruments and apparatus. And then also things that are out of scope, things like research use only IVDs. They're not IVDs, but they are diagnostics, but for research purposes only. So I think, that's one of the first steps. When we talk about the degree of regulatory control and the reliance pathways that are being chosen, I think it really needs to be proportionate to the risk of the product. Again, we've got classifications from low to high risk, and then as well the intended use or population. So, like say for example, if we look at are they specialized use for IVDs, is it lab space versus point of care testing versus self-testing? So your degree of control and the reliance pathways that you would choose would also need to take that into consideration. The other thing that we would like to see, I think, as industry is when reliance models and recognition pathways are being employed, they should triage basically according to regulatory history of the product, commercial history of the product, where is this product being sold, what its length or history of its use, the post-marketing history, its safety, its the surveillance regarding that product. And I think one of the things is also, in terms of reliance, a lot of emphasis is on how do we demonstrate product sameness, right? In what you're providing in this country versus what you've got approved in an originating approval. When we as industry are leveraging for a reliance pathway in another country for a dossier that's already been evaluated by a stringent regulatory authority, we're confident that there's robust evidence, right, that's being provided in our technical documentation, which the next authority can leverage on. Technical specifications obviously need to be met. Performance evaluation, whether it's clinical for maybe devices or for IVDs, right, across the spectrum of analytical, clinical, and operational performance. All of that is robust information that we can provide, and it's already been evaluated. I think one of the things I do want to touch on is, for example, we see this a lot in the IVD space, where the regulator wants to actually understand how your product was designed with the environment and the and the setting, especially resource constrained settings. How has your product actually been designed and how it performs with that in mind? So as manufacturers, we already are looking at our intended population, our intended users, and factoring that into design and development. I mean, when you talk about, for example, we've seen clinical performance studies. We must be I think, cautious about redundant and duplication studies that are being requested that will add very little to the body of evidence. With a lot of devices and IVDs that have been already on the market for a long time, you can leverage real-world evidence, right, to support this without reinventing or having very expensive performance in clinical trials. We've seen with manufacturing site inspections, quality management systems, reliance on that as well. And then I think another big point for IVDs, if I want to talk to the space of IVDs, is in-country lot testing. Okay, we have to look at what is the benefit of that, and how do we leverage, for example, if I look at under the IVDR, your Class Ds will require in the in the CE certification, a EU reference lab for batch-to-batch control. So you can leverage reliance of that. We have, CE certification is a very big reliance pathway, as well as recognizing other jurisdictions. In the IVD space, we have the WHO pre-qualification pathway, which is very important in the collaborative registration framework for that as well, where the regulators can work with the WHO PQ for IVDs. So I think those are pathways to accelerate access to IVDs and to devices. But I do want to just talk to one other point. Is about how reliance can actually contribute to cost savings for industry. If you have reduced fees or you don't have duplication of fees, you can then take that cost saving and put it downwards maybe into other avenues like for innovation, research, development, but most importantly, where you can have decreased costs then to the patient. Because remember, every time we're duplicating regulatory submissions, we're duplicating costs, it's factored ultimately into the cost to the patient. And so I know it's a long sort of answer, but those are all the things that we would like to see from an industry perspective for reliance.
Thanks, Khatija. I think you've summed up quite nicely the nuances of medical devices and IVDs that regulators need to take into account. But if I'd like to jump back to Kanyesile here. Industry sometimes does think that reliance sounds like the holy grail, and it's going to make it so much easier for us. And I know that we haven't got product registration yet, and we are using some reliance models already in terms of licensing requirements. But what are some of the challenges that a regulator experiences in implementing reliance? What would be your advice to industry? And can you share maybe any examples? I know you're in the medical device space, but SAHPRA has done quite a lot of work around reliance for medicines. So if you could maybe share those with us.
Thank you, Tanya. So the learnings from piggyback from Zazibona, because SAHPRA is quite heavily involved with Zazibona. The main challenge was the mutual trust, as also alluded by the colleagues, and communication. So the level of trust that the regulators have with each other is sometimes not the same, and how we communicate with each other. We find that we've signed confidential agreements, but the reports that SAHPRA was receiving, and other regulators can even add to this, it was that the reports were redacted. The level of content within some of the reports was not to the level that the regulator would expect. And I think the communication part and mutual trust plays quite a vital role, where some industry members will find that in one country this was accepted, but in another country now we are requesting for additional data. And it's because of that trust between the regulators that is clearly not to a standard that you would expect it to be. And the trust needs to be continuously built, and the communication needs to be continuous. And another thing that we've learned is understanding the framework of another regulator. It was mentioned before in terms of one regulator will be using, the example I gave is classification. We would say a product is a class A, another regulator is using a different risk classification, and that's where the IMDRF and GHTF comes into place to say that when we are using reliance, we need to communicate also to industry to say, to what extent are you using reliance? Because the moment industry hears the word reliance, to them it's full, it's everything from that regulator, it means SAPRA will be accepting. And now when we have differences in classification, it becomes an issue of you're not doing full reliance. So the communication needs to be there in the extent of reliance that the regulator itself is using. And another thing that I just also want to add is the benefit risk assessment in terms of the local context. As a regulator, it becomes a bit, that's one of the challenges with medicines we've seen, where you want to add additional requirements based on the local context. And that's where, as a regulator, we need to do a benefit risk assessment to say, why are we adding these additional requirements if we are using the full reliance model? And also, in terms of reliance model, is it a mutual recognition? Is it unilateral? Be clear on the type of reliance that we're using. Because with industry, they need to know the communication. It needs to be clear in paper. If it is not clear, it creates a lot of disturbance within industry themselves.
Great, thanks, Kanyasile. Good points. Francina, do you have any thoughts on how African NRAs can improve that trust and communication and cooperation? Because without that, I agree, the success, potential success of Reliance Pathways can be limited.
I think before I get to ways of improving the trust, it's just to submit in addition to the challenges, we have to be cognizant that the playing field is not the same. Medical devices now, I think earlier there was mention of long back, this is what was being done, and now the robustness and the agility of the rate of development of medical devices. So for a regulator, and we are operating within a health system at individual countries or regional, there's a health system already in place. So there's standards of treatment that are guiding what should happen to that health system, right? And when regulating this robust technology, the prerequisites are not in place. For example, the expertise to ensure that market surveillance is appropriately done. So I just really want to bring this point forward to say that the playing field is not the same. If country A, which is a first-class country, has made a decision for a medical device or software technology for treatment, they may have all the prerequisites to ensure that at the point of approval and into the market and post-market surveillance, all that is required to have continuous safety monitoring and efficacy monitoring and cost of that device is in place. So when I'm relying on a decision made by that country, where we are only now starting with health technology assessments, for example, we don't have all that is required for the performance of that technology to be equal, because there's so much more that is lacking. The decision there has been made with consideration and support of a system that's able to carry and give an optimum performance. And when I'm now, and we're looking also at the training of the medical experts, how they are trained and how they want, what technology they want to use to deliver this healthcare service. And so that becomes also a challenge not only for regulators, but also for health systems as a whole, that yes, reliance, but at what cost are we actually giving the false hope that we are relying on a first-class country that has approve this device. And I'm just starting out as my healthcare system is not optimal to actually give the sufficient results that could be derived from that device. That I wanted to also just make that submission. And so then, to answer the question of what can be done to enhance that trust, with this cognizance that the playing field is not equal, I think it's just really investments into health to bring everyone on par with the minimum requirements to perform optimally. It's not only about approval, but to support the healthcare system to give the best to the patient and also to the experts that are required to deliver that service. Thank you.
Great. I'll let you comment. And I think maybe this comes from the previous conversation. We must also leverage off collaboration with other entities. So, for example, maybe there are notified bodies that can support. If the regulator doesn't have the resources to implement a reliance model sufficiently themselves, or even if a country doesn't have the necessary minimum requirements, what other collaborations can we look to support that? Kanyisela, you wanted to add something, and then before you, Katija, I want to ask Rana a question, and then I'll move to you.
So I just wanted to add on in terms of the trust. So I think it actually goes back to harmonization and convergence. If we as regulatory authorities can harmonize our requirements, the trust can be built because we know what is submitted in Namibia is of the same requirements, same standard, can be submitted within South Africa. So the tricky part here is the fact that Namibia wants to do their own thing, South Africa, Zimbabwe is doing their own thing, and with Zazibona, how they were able to succeed in everything, it was harmonizing the requirements, because the frameworks might be different, but those requirements and standards are very essential in building the trust. And you know that, you know how they do their review. You can trust that you do the same, and whatever has been approved that side should also be approved within South Africa.
Great. Rana, I want to ask, and I think this leads on from what Francina was saying. The question is, does reliance work for all medical device and IVD jurisdictions and landscapes? For example, manufacturer or distributor-based markets. We know in Africa we have a very large distributor-based market, fewer local manufacturers. There are new aspiring regulatory authorities compared to very mature regulatory agencies. So are there exceptions to consider when you decide on a reliance model? Could a reliance model work in one area and not in another? What are the considerations that one needs to think about?
Yeah, thank you, Tanya, for the question. Actually, in reliance, I would say we would need to look at reliance as a compass or a blueprint rather than a map. So it does not really follow one direction, just getting you to this destination. So you need to have it as a guide or as a blueprint that will give you some directions to do these informed decisions. And you would need to adapt it into your local context, which I believe most of the authorities in Africa have mentioned that there might be some local consideration. But in all cases, I believe to have this reliance in place, you would need to, what you mentioned as trust, transparency, legal framework. These all are, let's say, tenets that needs to be implemented at the regulatory authorities to be able to move towards reliance. I would add to this, Tanya, for these emerging regulations and what was just mentioned, that harmonizing the regulation is difficult because all these authorities operate at different timelines. So you would have new regulations upcoming, you would have mature regulations, you would have changes in some regulation. So it's really a very dynamic regulatory environment that we're living in. That's why it would be hard to actually synchronize the development of the regulations to make sure to bring them in closer alignment. So, and in reliance, I do believe one key aspect I wanted to add here is the good regulatory practice and having this as a basis for the regulatory authorities, because this would pave the way for adopting reliance. And one key aspect is the use of international standards. So whenever you have the international standards, let's say embedded in the local and technical regulations, it will make it easier to cooperate and to move forward in reliance with other authorities. And you mentioned reliance can be unilateral, can be bilateral. So you can rely on stringent regulatory authorities, but you can also have some form of, let's say, mutual reliance with other regulatory authorities within the same framework. And when you talk reliance, it's actually broad. We mostly focus on reliance in the pre-market assessment or the dossier evaluation or the registration process, but also reliance can be implemented in site inspection, can go throughout the product life cycle, even for post-market surveillance, even for change management for products. So you can, let's say, work around the concept of reliance depending on where the regulatory authority stands and what are the objectives and priorities. But I will always believe it will be somehow a good guide into moving into informed regulatory decisions, whether this would be to have a full reliance implemented, unilateral, bilateral, or tackling different aspects of reliance.
Thank you, Rana. Khadija?
I just want to touch base on something that Francine mentioned, where, if I'm correct, Francine, you mentioned one of the concerns from a regulator's perspective is that the healthcare setting or the maturity of the healthcare environment within our countries may not match that of a first world country. I'd like for us to look at it a little bit more broader in that we can actually leverage off new technology to elevate and use that as an opportunity to upskill and enhance our healthcare system. And that would be by maybe setting in skills development and training for healthcare practitioners related to the use of the particular device, for example. You could even change guidelines working with the ministries of health. You just think about things like maybe HPV testing, right? And then you can bring that technology into the country, but work with the government and the ministries of health and elevate that space. So it's from a public affairs perspective, from medical science and science development. So I think we should not look at it as a negative, but rather as a positive, that can actually spearhead or allow us to elevate our healthcare space in Africa.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to open the floor to questions. If anybody has any particular questions for our panelists on reliance, go ahead. If you could just introduce yourself, unless you've introduced yourself previously. Thank you.
I will reintroduce myself. Hi, I'm Louise from UNICEF, and I have a question for Kanye Seeley. I actually have 4, but they're tiny. Oh, 3 of them are tiny, and then the last one may be a little bit bigger. You talked about that there was a shorter pathway for products that had international marketing license already, and I'm curious if that still applies or if that was just during COVID. And then the follow-up question is, which countries would that apply to? And then what, because I understood that you don't just clear it based on if they come with an international marketing clearance. So the question is, what do you ask for in addition? And then the final one is, do you feel that you are adequately resourced? And I don't mean that in a cheeky way, but just that there's a whole room sitting here that are working for the same agenda as you, which is to make sure that you have the right quality, fit for purpose, timely access. And I think we are really here to support. So please, if you need anything, let us know. And I guess that question goes to Namibia as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. So currently, also mentioned by Tanya, in terms of licensing, we recognize 6 stringent regulatory authorities and WHO included. So the 6 is USFDA, Health Canada, TGA, Japan, Brazil, the founding members of IMDRF. And SAPRA is hoping to, what we embarking now is also increasing the number of regulatory authorities that we recognize by adding Health Singapore, UK MHRA as well. So in terms of the additional requirements when a product has already been reviewed by those student regulatory authorities, we do have local requirements, and this is a very contentious issue. It's the labeling requirements, which we're looking at having your license number, your registration number. There are a few additional things that are required. And in terms of capacity, we are planning on doing a pilot, or what we'll call a feasibility study for registration. And we are hoping to use a hybrid model where SAPRA is very much cognizant that we don't have capacity inside with expertise, you know. So we want to use a hybrid model similar to the EU one of utilizing conformity assessment bodies. And we will be having a workshop to engage with those conformity assessment bodies in terms of, you know, having the scope of product review. And also we do know that within South Africa, there aren't a lot of CABs within the country. So how do we then get to enlarge having conformity assessment body that will be affordable, of course, for the market, right? Because we don't want the cost to now be imposed to the patient. And we are engaging with DTI and other departments within the NDOH as well to ensure that this hybrid model that we intend to use will be successful.
Does that cover all of the four? Okay, just checking. Any other questions from the floor?
Hi, it's Mandy from West Krogan. So just a quick question. I see that there's obviously opportunity for communication back to industry. And I understand that the regulations are not always capacitated to respond to queries. And when your main concern is compliance and the scrutiny that requires, what innovation ideas do you have that you guys can implement in order to respond to this burden of communication with industry? Because surely if you communicate more clearly, more quickly with them, then the quality of the applications that land at your desk will then somehow also be improved, hopefully. Is there anything being done?
Can I maybe add to that? I think it's also, for Reliance to work, there's got to be very good communication channels between regulators. They have to be agile. They must be able to respond quickly and get the information they need quickly. So it works both ways. I don't know if anybody wants to take a stab at that. Anyone?
So from the South African perspective, looking at the capacity within the regulator, for registration, like now currently, there's only one officer. And what we aim to do is that before we even start the pilot study that we want to do for registration, is having a proper regulatory information management system in place where if industry has submitted an application, they can see where about the application is, and if there are any queries, they can be able to instantly respond to those queries. So we are engaging with an IT company to have that infrastructure in place. It was mentioned before that the USFDA has a very good system, and SAPRA has engaged with USFDA. They are assisting us for this pilot to ensure that we do have the IT infrastructure that is required, to have proper communication, transparency, and build the trust between regulator and applicant.
Yes, and if I may also add, is really to see from a regulatory perspective that industry is a key partner, like a partnership for health, and without industry, there's no deliverance of that service or benefit to the patient. But also in terms of the communication, platforms to be enhanced or created where there's memorandums of understandings with the necessary regulators upon which one relies. I think to officiate that reliance somehow would also be beneficial for regulatory authorities that may need to communicate better or quicker with those that are in the space already of medical device and any other regulations that we're looking at.
Mandy, I'm going to
Tanya,
throw
if
the
I may
question back
add-
at, yes, Rana, I'll give you a second now. I just want to throw the question back at Mandy, because do you have any ideas? It sounds as if you might do.
I just want to be a facilitator in whatever you guys need. So sitting between industry and regulations from an economic growth perspective, this is a very tricky thing. And the more we put pressure on it or assist collaboratively, the more effective and performance-based we can be as a destination. So I know that industry is willing to throw money at it. It's how do we get a vehicle then to help you guys get the capacity that you need in order to respond. And also then connect with all the other regulations in order to be collectively more responsive.
Go ahead, Rana. It sounds like we need some kind of real-time portal that regulators can access, or industry. Go ahead, Rana.
Yeah, so I would maybe share some industry perspective where we really value the stakeholder engagement session that are usually done whenever there is new regulation or update or change. So this public consultation, stakeholder engagement session are key between the regulators and the industry, because as was mentioned just now, that the industry is really a partner to drive this innovation forward, and eventually they work hand in hand with the authorities and the different stakeholders. And maybe another idea as well that I would like to share that they do in the USFDA, whenever there is a new technology and innovation, they organize pre-meetings with the authorities to go through this new technology and explain from manufacturer perspective, from design perspective, to the regulatory authorities, let's say the purpose, the indication. So they do these pre-meetings, pre-submissions, and I believe this would be really useful, especially with the technology that is really advancing at a very high pace, and no authority would have eventually all the expertise required via this team to assess any technology, especially with digital health and so on. So I believe this type of meetings will be really useful, along with other, let's say, industry-wide meetings that as well trade associations facilitate, that this communication, continuous channel of communication between regulators and the industry to facilitate at the end of the day the introduction of the new technology.
Thanks, Rana. Go ahead, Khatija.
I just want to touch base on something that's been coming out of the IMDRF Reliance sessions. And it's a lot of the regulators wanting to know, how do you operationalize Reliance rather than just simply implement as a concept. And some of the stakeholders, they raised very good proposals, like for the IMDRF to create a playbook or a guidance that the regulatory authorities could leverage. And one of the key aspects within that would be good review practice. And what are the tips and tricks, or what are the minimum requirements that would be needed for Reliance? So those are some of the proposals that are coming through, and I think if the IMDRF already works with the WHO, who has good guidance documents in terms of Reliance, we can see this being operationalized and see progress, with the operationalization of it, especially across Africa.
Great point. I see some hands. Simone, go ahead.
Thank you. I've got two questions. We're speaking about reliance rather holistically, but so my question is there a consideration to the three value chains? One is reliance in the context of distributors. The second is manufacturers that are only going to manufacture for this African region, and then manufacturers that want to do exports to the mature countries. That's my first question. Have you segregated your thoughts on reliance in the context of the three value chains? My second question is, we have the US Trade and Development Agency here, and I know that the FDA already have a digitalized platform. Is there any way that we can copy it? That's my second question. Thank you. And that's for the US Trade and Development Agency, the second question. Thank you.
So I'll answer with regards to the first one. So in terms of the reliance for the different types of supply chain, for local manufacturers, SAPRA is part of the AMDF. And within the AMDF, our main focus is local manufacturers that are based within Africa on how do we ensure that they are also fully supported. Because whenever we talk about reliance, we're looking at importers, we're looking at manufacturers that are looking to export. But what about those ones that are based here and want to supply within Africa? So we are working on a proper guidance document that will support all the African countries, local manufacturers, and also what we aim to do in the AMDF is to do joint assessments for local manufacturers. So if South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria have currently said they are all in. So if a product, I'll give an example, HPV has been locally manufactured in South Africa, we will all do a joint assessment, and that product can be distributed to those countries without having to go through all the regulatory hurdles that it will normally have to go through. So we are working on that within the AMDF with the support of the IMDRF, of course, and we're very much cognizant that as regulators, we can't do it alone. So.
And maybe would USTDA?
Yeah, happy to. So from a USTDA perspective, just to give a bit of background, so we are primarily a project preparation agency, so we put funding towards feasibility studies or reverse trade missions to bring folks to the United States to see U.S. technology and look for opportunities for collaboration. But I'd like to refer you to an afternoon session today where the FDA will be here, and we can ask them that question more specifically. Gotcha.
Go ahead.
This is Ernest Darko from the Broadreach Group. Just a question regarding software, algorithms, and especially when you're thinking about getting these devices to the last mile instead of patients having to come into referral centers, for example, to access some of the more advanced technologies. There's a lot of innovation happening, which is in essence creating point-of-care type devices, and because you don't have a lab technician or a radiologist out there, there's lots of AI algorithms now that will interpret the result at point of care, or at least be assistive to the provider in providing that interpretation at points of care. And clearly the access issue is so massive, right, that at some point we do have to accept the reality is that we're never going to have, an oncologist to go live in the village and take bucket baths from the river, right? So we're going to have to figure out ways to get a community health worker, for example, equipped with some of these tools to do a lot more than they're doing now. So in that regard, I'm just curious in terms of the state of play of looking at these, because it's not just a device now, but it's coming with this extra sort of diagnostic sort of stuff built into it. I'm just curious, is there sort of thinking about that, or almost like a plan in place for how we address that, or is there going to be like a digital tools directorate built within the current structures? I'm just curious as to how we're thinking about this.
I think that's a very good question, because when you look at reliance models for medicines, now we've got medical devices, they're different. They're so much more fast-paced. The innovation is, far more, and the incremental changes and adaptations are much more than happens with a medicine. So any thoughts from anyone?
Yes, and that's in my earlier submissions, I spoke about the prerequisites. How ready is the healthcare system to receive and utilize this medical technology or the softwares that accompany this medical devices? And therefore, and this is why I say that the funding in the broader healthcare system needs to be looked into. The cohesiveness of the basic requirements to provide this health service up to the last mile. Obviously, you may look at even your ICD-10 coding, the medical health insurance. How is it being prepared to receive and to the premiums and to pay for this health technology. So the regulations is one part of it, but the broader, the 85% of the operations of how this will actually play out in essence is also quite very, very, very important. And when you also talk about healthcare financing, your health technology assessments, which is why I always say the health policy, the WHO in the standard treatment guidelines, and hopefully this also gets into the medical device space, that we read in countries that the healthcare systems brings in a minimum package for what would be required. But again, looking at the robustness of the technology, the agility of how new treatments are coming up, that it's almost impossible to say that we must develop a minimum package, because minimum packaging also is going to prevent me to have access to a newer treatment which I deserve. It needs a broader, and this is why all stakeholders must really come together. For medicines, we're almost there, but not there. And now medical and medical device, medicines and diagnostics and everything must go together. If you leave one behind, you're almost not doing justice to the patient in the end.
I'm conscious that we need to wrap up. So if I can just give each of the panelists very quickly, what would be in your mind, top of mind, the most important thing in your view to enable implementation of Reliance, whether it's from an industry perspective or from a regulator perspective? And I'll start with you, Rana.
Yes, thank you, Tanya. I believe the content of the session already highlighted a lot of these elements, and I would maybe choose the collaboration between the different stakeholders, whether industry, regulatory authorities, academia, healthcare providers. So it's a lot of expertise being provided by all these people, and it's important to walk the journey together, you know, to rely, to have this relationship of trust with each other, and focus a lot on the capacity building initiatives, because a lot of learning is needed in the medical devices space. As you just mentioned, Tanya, with a lot of innovation coming, we're getting like 85% closer to ICT, or even, let's say, information technology, and 15% closer to pharma. So it's really a really fast pace. We need to continue to educate even ourselves as industry in order to, because whenever we stop getting better, we stop being good in medtech. I believe this is a lesson that we have learned. So working all together and walk this journey. And whenever there is a will, there is a way. So I believe if all stakeholders align and agree on the benefits of Reliance, so I believe it's just take a small step from each one of them, and we'll for sure get there.
Thanks. Khatija?
Agree with Rana about collaboration. But another thing with collaboration comes with, I think, a growth mindset, right? And forward-looking. We have to, when we talk about Reliance, we have to make sure that it's not perceived as a threat to sovereignty, firstly. And then just how do we put our minds together to change the culture and the resilience, the resistance around Reliance, how we can adapt and make fit for purpose per maybe countries' unique requirements or regional requirements. So I think, for me, that would be important.
Francina?
Yes, I think going in line with barriers is that in partnership and as one, we should break barriers safely for the patient, because it's doable, and we just need to work together for the patient wherever they find themselves. Thank you.
Kanisile?
I think for me it'll be transparency and mutual trust. As regulators, it's very important for us to be transparent to each other in order to build that trust. And also, transparency also falls back to the stakeholders. If the regulator itself is transparent, it's easier for the stakeholder to know what is required and also to be compliant with the requirements.
And with that, could we please give all of our panelists a big round of applause? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, as they always say, save the best for the end. So I think this session is very, very critical and important. And I just want to give you a little bit of maybe introduction to the session, and then I'll introduce our panelists, the STEAM panelists, and then we will continue with the session. And I really would like active participation and engagement as well from the floor, because I think, you know, this point has been even brought up in session 1. So really looking forward to that. Okay, so let's commence. So health authorities are aiming to protect patients and the public health, are regulating medical devices and IVDs to ensure that the medical devices that are placed on the market are safe and perform as intended, and to reduce counterfeit medical devices entering the country or region. Some health authorities are implementing regulations of medical devices and IVDs for the first time. When implementing a medical device regulatory framework for the first time, regulators should use a risk-based, fit-for-purpose approach by considering the latest developments on reliance and digital solutions, and by including a multi-stakeholder engagement. The framework should seek approaches that can be used for future innovations and aims to facilitate global harmonization and cooperation. The regulations should aim to maximize efficiency by reducing bureaucracy and the administrative burden, by allowing pre-consultations before submissions, reduce duplicative activities, and avoid a requirement to renew certificates if a robust post-market surveillance system is available. The framework should include accelerated pathways for public health emergencies and to place innovative new MDs on the market. So initial implementation of a regulatory framework is challenging, and all stakeholders will need to collaborate to successfully implement the framework. Okay, so with that, I just would like to then open the session to, we have Professor Rachel Lange, who's from the FDA, the US FDA, and Rachel is the Deputy Chief Economist and joining us virtually. And then we have, on my left, Simone Short, who's the chairperson of the Medical Device Manufacturers of South Africa, MDMSA. And then we have Professor Leslie Scott, who is the Divisional Director for Diagnostic Innovations from WITS Diagnostic Innovation Hub. So I'm very happy to have you on the panel, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions and from the floor as well, and for myself. So with that, I'd like to just introduce and pass the ball to Professor Lange to give us an opening session on the implementation of regulatory impact assessments for medical devices from a FDA perspective, so that we can learn from it. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you. Loud and clear.
Awesome. Okay, give me a moment to share my screen and then we'll get started. Okay. So good morning. My name is Rachel Lang, and I am Deputy Chief Economist at the United States Food and Drug Administration. I've been there for close to 21 years. I came right out of graduate school from the University of Kentucky. I was approached by my colleagues at the FDA to speak to you all today about regulatory impact assessments and how to approach thinking about them. I'm really happy to have the opportunity to share a little bit of our experience with an international audience today. As you are probably aware, good regulatory practices, or GRPs, are internationally recognized processes and procedures that improve the quality and cost effectiveness of domestic regulations. In the United States, GRPs are rooted in US law known as the Administrative Procedures Act and set forth in trade agreements, and they include principles and procedures that address intergovernmental coordination of rulemaking activity, impact assessment, regulatory transparency, stakeholder outreach and engagement, and accountability. Following GRPs promotes transparency and rulemaking and ensures that the Food and Drug Administration coordinates with governmental, public, international stakeholders to develop and implement regulations that meet our public health objectives, while also being consistent with US policy, law, and trade commitments. The general principles for the use of GRPs presented here include promoting transparency and accessibility to the public consultation process, and 3, regulatory impact assessments. And in going through my slides, I do realize that I've used the term assessment and analysis. I've used both of those terms. Please forgive me. I don't want to confuse anybody. When I say regulatory impact assessment and regulatory impact analysis, I'm referring to the same thing. At the FDA internally, we refer to them as analyses. I realize in international spaces, they're referred to as assessments. So again, forgive me, I am referring to one thing. So I'm going to spend the next several minutes discussing at a very high level just describing regulatory impact assessments and how we think about them, or as I refer to them, RIAs. I'm going to touch on what they are and what they are not, why we perform RIAs in the US, when they are required by the United States government, where RIAs fit into the regulatory process at the Food and Drug Administration, and if there's time, considerations related to qualitative analyses. So let's start by asking a fundamental question. What is a regulatory impact assessment anyway? Well, the regulatory impact analysis or assessment provides an objective, unbiased assessment that is an essential component of policy development. It considers both qualitative, when appropriate, and quantitative impacts, and it can inform policy decisions. So the key takeaway here is it is an objective analysis. The RIA describes what the regulation does, but in terms of analyzed cost and benefits. The Office of Management and Budget within the US federal government coordinates interagency review of regulations. They prefer quantitative analysis of costs and benefits. However, there are situations that can arise that because of a lack of certainty or a lack of data or maybe some other reason, quantitative analysis can't be performed. So in those cases, qualitative analysis can be acceptable. A discussion of how we approach quantitative analysis is way beyond the scope of what we have time for in the next hour. However, we can start a discussion about qualitative analysis if it's appropriate and desired, and we have time for it. So we know a little bit about what the RIA is. The RIA is not a place that provides the regulatory decision. It does not provide an economic case for or against a regulation. And it does not provide a place to restate legal issues or policy-related decisions. And so all we're really saying here, again, is that the RIA is intended to be an objective analysis of what the regulation or the draft regulation does. It's not a place to sort out policy issues. It is not intended to be a rubber stamping of policy decisions. It is simply an objective analysis. So why do we do these at all? There are important benefits to regulators in engaging in well-conducted RIAs. One, we indicate why regulation is necessary and justified to achieve a social goal. Obviously, this is something that should also be covered in the draft regulation, but it is something that in the US, the impact assessments are standalone documents. So we also have to have a discussion of the problem we're trying to solve and why there needs to be a regulation in order to solve that. RIAs also provide objective information and analysis that is essential for evidence-based rulemaking. Again, the key word here is objective. Finally, it can provide comprehensive consideration of impacts, hopefully in a way, in an attempt to avoid unintended consequences. The RIA can also estimate the value of outcomes if the data is available, anticipating potential side effects, whether those are beneficial or adverse, supports consideration of non-quantifiable effects and uncertainties, and the whole goal is to aid decision-making. This does not come at a zero cost to regulators, though, unfortunately. There needs to be the staff and funding devoted to preparing these documents. At the FDA, in the Office of the Commissioner, where I am, we have a staff of about 30 analysts, PhD economists who engage in this work. And there are economists elsewhere at the agency who do this as well. Center for Tobacco Products stands out. The staff needs to be trained. That can take time. And there needs to be computing and information costs associated with preparing RIAs as well. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has developed best practice principles for RIAs, and different countries make different determinations about the use of RIAs and the development of regulations. I can only speak from the US experience, of course. As a side note, at the end of my presentation, I will be providing you all with links, if you're interested and curious, to guidelines from the Office of Management and Budget. There's a link to Circular A4, which is our gold standard. These are the expectations that we are supposed to be adhering to when we are engaging in this process, and also guidelines from the Department of Health and Human Services within the federal government. It's the department that the FDA is a part of. They also have guidelines that are based on Circular A4. If you're interested, you're certainly welcome to have a look. They're publicly available documents. So in the United States, various executive orders and laws establish the regulatory philosophy and principles related to when agencies should develop regulations and what agencies should consider in developing regulations, such as when to develop regulatory impact analysis. Most are beyond the scope of our discussion here. For the purposes of my presentation this afternoon, sorry, I almost said this morning because it's not even 8 a.m. here in DC. I'm going to keep it very focused here. In the United States, an RIA is required for significant and economically significant regulatory actions defined under Executive Order 12866, 13563, and 14094. And a quick history lesson, regulatory impact assessment as we know it in our government has only really been around since the Clinton administration in the late 1990s. So we have two definitions here. The first one is economically significant. Under Executive Order 12866 and as amended by 14094, which was just issued by President Biden last year, regulatory actions are considered economically significant if they have an annual effect on the economy of $200 million or more. That was updated from $100 million. So if a rulemaking is estimated to have either costs or benefits that hit that $200 million threshold, that's considered economically significant, and the Office of Management and Budget is going to want to review that RIA. However, you can be significant without being economically significant. And if a rulemaking is considered simply significant, that means that regulation raises some sort of novel legal or policy issue or something else that makes it interesting to the White House or stakeholders in general. So basically, our rule of thumb here is if OMB is interested in it, it's significant. And I think it's worth noting that these are guidelines that cover the entire federal government, specifically at the FDA. Even if a regulation doesn't fit under either of these categories, we still perform RIAs in all circumstances to improve the foundation for decision making and to demonstrate the rationale and basis for the action. And in fact, I've been with the FDA for a really long time now, and I can't think of any situation where we have not put together an RIA, even if it's only a very short one. So we keep our bases covered, and in order to demonstrate the rationale and basis for the action. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with regulatory impact assessment, or organizations that have not done this, these are the basic questions that we are trying to answer. And in fact, even if you have done this, even if you've made a career out of putting together regulatory impact assessments, these are the questions you're always trying to answer. First of all, what is the public health risk or problem we are seeking to reduce? In other words, what's the problem we're trying to solve here? And hopefully that is evident at the very beginning of rulemaking. Secondly, and this is an important question, why is government regulation the answer? Why is government regulation necessary to reduce the public health risk or other problem? Finally, what approaches to addressing the problem can we identify and assess? What this question is getting at is the idea of regulatory options. In the US, we are required to analyze a few different regulatory policy options and discuss why we didn't go with other options and the reason why we went with what we did. Your mileage may vary, as we say. You may not need to do that, but we are required to do so. And these policy options are always, that's not the sole responsibility of the economist. Those are developed usually in consultation with the other subject matter experts that they are working with on the regulatory action. So once you've started tackling those questions, you have begun the process of putting together the components of a regulatory impact analysis. And these are very broad steps. These are very high-level steps. So the first one we've already tackled on the previous slide, identifying the problem and the policy options. The second step is to identify the baseline conditions. In other words, what does the current state of the world look like? Step three, predict the responses to the policies. How do we think this is going to play out in the real world once this rule is implemented, once it goes into effect? And based on those responses, what do we expect the costs and benefits to be? Costs are very practical matters. What does it cost to engage in additional paperwork? Paperwork's a huge issue in the government. Training costs. Does staff need to be hired and trained? Is there equipment costs that need to be incurred? Does a manufacturer have to purchase new equipment? My background is in the foods world, and there's always sanitation issues. Is there a sanitation plan that needs to be put in place? Is there water testing that needs to be complied with? So those are very practical issues related to the estimation of costs. And then the benefits are, what do we expect to get in exchange for that? how do we expect that problem that we've identified at the beginning to be solved? How is that manifested, and how can we measure that? At the FDA, we are also required to engage in supplemental analyses. I'm not going to go into that here because I think it's out of the scope of our discussion here, but just to give you a flavor of some of the supplemental work that we have to do, we are expected to consider the effects of our regulations on small businesses. So, the FDA regulates a very broad range of industries, and some of those industries are made up almost entirely of small businesses. Some of them are not. So in cases where a lot of industry, where a rulemaking affects a lot of small businesses, how do we expect them to be affected? And we are expected to address that in our RIAs. Also, in recent years, there's been a push to engage in more distributional analysis. So how might a rulemaking affect people in different demographic groups, for example? So this can require a lot of different kinds of information. And so some sources of information that can contribute to the development of regulatory impact analysis can include stakeholder feedback on economic impacts provided through things like listening sessions, public meetings, the public comment process. Scientific and economic literature can provide some of the theoretical groundings in the analysis. The United States government has a lot of publicly available data sets that it maintains. So we draw on that when appropriate. There may be experimental evidence if you're dealing with behavioral issues. Surveys of the people who would be affected can provide input, as well as expert elicitations. Expert elicitations, if you're unfamiliar, are formal structured processes that we usually contract out because they are a bit complicated. It's a way of obtaining expert judgment on specific questions or issues, especially if we don't have a lot of data on the issues that we need information on. This is a very high level and basic map of the rulemaking process that we go through at the FDA. I am not going to go through each of these 9 steps. I do think that the main thing to take away here is that in our agency, the economic staff is engaged in this process pretty much every step of the way, from the stage 3, the proposed rulemaking development, through the extensive internal and external review process, the public consultation process at step 6, and then developing the final rule and analysis. So at the proposed rule stage, we're joining a working group, we're learning about the problem, we're starting to gather information and trying to figure out how we tackle a cost analysis, what are the benefits going to be from this rulemaking, and from there we work with them to develop our preliminary RIAs. During the public comment, once a proposed rule is published and made public, our work is actually subject to public comments. Anybody can submit a comment on our analyses, and we are required to be responsive to those comments. And those comments help shape, when appropriate, the final RIA as the final rule is being developed, and then it's published along with the final rule. So I'm getting close to the end here. Quantification with appropriate treatment of uncertainty is desired by the Office of Management and Budget because it provides a clearer indication of the likely direction and magnitude of the impacts of a regulation. However, if quantification is not possible, and that does happen, whether it's due to uncertainty, data limitations, sometimes there are time and resource constraints, analysts have to determine how best to provide related information in order to support sound decision making. So these are some very high-level guidelines provided to us by Circular A4 to assist in characterizing non-quantified effects. And these are very short bullet points. But at minimum, non-quantified effects should be listed and discussed qualitatively. They should be ranked in terms of importance. Any intermediate quantified measures should be reported where available. So in other words, if you have any kind of information at all, any kind of quantified information, share it. And then you can consider whether break-even, cost effectiveness analysis, or bounding analysis would be helpful. Finally, just a few examples of some recent medical device regulations that have been published. The FDA has a lot of regulatory work that is in the works, and I'm focusing I've chosen just to share a few recent examples of rulemakings that have gone final. You can see what they are here. These RIAs do use a mix of quantified and unquantified approaches to describing the costs and benefits of these regulations. One important thing to highlight is that the final RIAs, as I think I alluded to a few moments ago, respond to public comments received on the economic analysis during the public consultation period. So for example, a comment on the preliminary RIA for the hearing aids rule, which is the bottom bulleted point, suggested that the analysis use a different estimate for the percentage of hearing aid owners with perceived mild to moderate hearing impairment. FDA engaged directly with the substance of the comment to explain why the suggested input was not appropriate for the analysis. I want to highlight this example to show that we aim to be as responsive as possible to comments received on the economic analysis. And in fact, we are required to be responsive to the comments received on the economic analysis. We actually, when we put together the final assessments, we actually have a section on comments that are received. We go through and summarize the comments, and then we provide responses to them. So while this particular example didn't change the results, there are instances where we are able to incorporate suggestions. And so as I mentioned at the beginning, these are some websites and resources. All of this is publicly available for those of you who may be curious. We have our, if you want to see actual real examples of our regulatory impact assessments, they are available at the fda.gov website, as well as our Circular A4 and HHS guidelines. Executive Order 14094 was just issued last year by President Biden. That may also be of interest to people as well. So thank you very much. Thanks for your time, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Professor Lange. It has been a real honor. So the key takeaways that I got from your presentation is that it's an objective analysis, right? And, you know, there's obviously basic questions that need to be done, and there are components for the rulemaking process. But the US FDA is quite mature and established, right? And I want to pose a question now. We've heard your side of it, and it would be, you know, like quite helpful, and I think for our starting up health authorities that are not so mature and established, to maybe leverage and learn from the US FDA, right? So for that, I want to move to Simone and ask you, for the authorities that are not as mature as the US FDA, and for companies that have never implemented regulatory impact assessments before, what would be a good starting point? What do you think? I mean, Dr. Lange has sort of given us a whole overview of what is an RIA and what to do, but I'd like to hear from a local perspective as well.
Okay, we do actually have a national standards authority called SABS. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is that when we do a new standard and it goes through the program of a draft and into approval, right at the very beginning, we actually do a impact analysis as part of the approval before we start the project. So we already have a framework, and there is an office at SABS that actually do this. I've just remembered it a few minutes ago, by the way. So I sit on the African Standards Organization. We're actually meeting in Togo next week. And yes, the impact analysis for products goes through that process. With the impact analysis from the regulator's perspective, especially because you're starting with a new regulation, it's important for you to do an impact analysis because you need to understand what the consequences of some of the decisions or regulations are going to cause. And I'll give you an example. We started with establishment licensing. We now have the 5 years are up with renewals. Just by a show of hands, how many of you forgot the 90 days? There's a lot of people. And one of the fundamental differences, and we spoke about the difference between medicines and medical devices this morning. With medicines, it's all managed through a responsible pharmacist. And we go to pharmacy school and we learn all about that. We have got a sector of devices where we've got travel agents that are doing distribution of devices. We saw that with COVID. And we've got various other players that are not, let me rather say, regulatory affairs minded. So when we do a new regulation like we've done for medical devices, we need to look at not just the product impacts, but we also need to look at the impact through what, we haven't used the word yet, economic operator. And we've got different types of economic operators. We've got the manufacturers, we've got the distributors, we've also got the authorized reps. And we need to be mindful when we put some of these processes in place from a regulatory perspective. Do we have the right resources? Do we have, is it affordable? So it's not only, and the professor mentioned that it's not only about money, it's looking at the bigger picture. We must also remember, we haven't mentioned the retailers like Pick and Pay and Spar today. We keep on talking about the end user from a health perspective, and we all think about healthcare practitioners. I mean, I don't know if anybody thought about Pick and Pay and Spar this morning. And there are many devices that are being sold. For instance, at Macro, you can buy a BP monitor. And these are the sort of consequences that also need to be considered. So I didn't quite answer the question clearly, except to say, if you're a new regulator in the new environment like we have with medical devices, we also need to look and see within the other government structures where you've got some resources that can possibly help you, like the SABS. Thank you.
Thanks, Simone. So Dr. Langer made a good point, and she said that, I don't know, to me it came across like it is sort of a mandatory practice. You know, it's part of GRP in any policy development that you need to do this RIA, right? So do you think as starting up health authorities, maybe this should be also you know, sort of implemented, that it is mandatory to do an impact assessment? Because it's very important when drafting new updated regulations that you have to do a proper assessment, right? And you also have to consider the time it takes to implement this in terms of cost, the capacity, the skills that would be needed, and also the involvement of stakeholders, right? Like your industry, your users. And what about the understanding of the new policy? Do you need to have roadshows? Do you need to have workshops? Yes, SAPRA has been recently engaging with industry and having workshops, but is that enough? Do we then have to make it, you know, into law that regulatory impact assessments have to be conducted before any policy is implemented? as a starting point. It's just something I'm thinking.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
There is a national policy, and Vic's also nodding his head. And there is actually one that you can find on the internet where it gives you a guideline on your impact analysis and the process to follow. It is actually there.
Thank you. Something
Thank
I
you.
learned today. Thank you. All right. So I have a question for Professor Scott. Okay. So I just want to know, what do you think are the respective roles of different stakeholder groups, right? Such as the regulatory agencies, innovators, private sector companies, in implementing these regulatory impact assessments? And I know you come from academia, so also factoring that in. Yeah.
Thanks. So maybe just to give you a little bit of background, because I am not familiar with everyone in the room. So I'm from the WITS Diagnostic Innovation Hub, which is about just under 2 years old. We are based at WITS University in the Faculty of Health Science, and we strategically link to the National Health Laboratory Services through the National Priority Program. So a lot of public sector testing. And WITS Diagnostic Innovation Hub is really about increasing access to the most affordable diagnostics for those who need it most. And maybe what I can provide as all the pieces to this is really our experience that we went through during COVID. So the National Priority Program at NHLS looks after about 6 million viral loads in South Africa on an annual basis, CD4 tests, gene expert tests, a lot of molecular tests with a platform that can probably do about 10 million molecular tests per annum. So it's a platform that's really accessible to molecular testings at a national level. But during COVID, we were not provided the tests that could be used on those platforms. And I'll name some of the big players, Roche, Abbott, Cepheid. We were not able to access the actual COVID tests to be put onto those platforms. So we landed up in an emergency environment where South Africa was quite cut off from the rest, and Africa, from the rest of Europe, the US, Australia. We weren't able to access tests. So we went into overdrive to be able to bring in new diagnostics. And the only way we could do that was to put a framework together. So our role, WITS DIH's role in that, was to assess multiple technologies that came in, whether they were serology, antigen, molecular, even self-tests for COVID. And so that is a very important component, is the assessment of how those technologies can be used and whether they are actually good enough to be used, with the end in mind being the patient. So although it wasn't our forte, we landed up working very closely with SAHPRA, and Kani is here. She's been on several panels with us before, to develop the guidelines to be able to understand how to import diagnostics, how to assess them, whether it was a laboratory assessment, a clinical assessment, how to develop the panels, how to make biorepositories, and importantly, how to communicate that back to industry. So we filled the gap between industry, the regulators, and the implementers, which in our particular case, it was at a national level for NHLS. And I think communication is key, but I also want to mention that during COVID, we were able to evaluate 250 diagnostics in a very short time period. We did the evaluations, made recommendations to SAHPRA as well as to the NHLS, who would be one of the people that would bring in these technologies and use them. And we couldn't have done that without communication and without transparency. And it worked both ways, to industry as well as the implementers and with the regulators. So I know I'm not answering exactly what you're asking, but I think what you were saying is, what are the different groups that need to go into this? And I do actually need to acknowledge that funders are not well acknowledged in this. Because to be able to, in our experience, evaluate 250 diagnostics in a short time period, many of them at clinical trial levels, where we had to go into clinics, do informed consent, get additional specimens and test, that required funding. And we couldn't have done that without the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation through our iLead program, who helped us to do that. But we need to now know how to do this going forward. Kani mentioned this morning about a hybrid model to be able to look at infectious diseases. And how are we going to do that? How are we going to assess these technologies and translate that to SAHPRA and back to industry? So I'm not answering you, but I'm telling you that there are more components here that we need to put together, and that funding needs to be an important part as well.
No, thank you. You have demonstrated that there are multiple stakeholders that are involved, and I'm glad to hear that you work together with SAHPRA and NHLS to develop the guidelines to import these diagnostics. Now, I think the pandemic did really sort of show us how to be reactive, and be prepared. But going forward, how do we then prepare ourselves better, be more proactive? And that I can pose to any of the panelists. Dr. Lange, with your experience, if you can answer that maybe.
So is the question, and forgive me, so the question is how do we prepare ourselves for emerging issues coming forward?
Yes. Because we during the COVID period, we were very reactive. And I know, you never know when these things are going to hit you, but I think we need to have some type of more stable kind of an approach where these guidelines are in place, we know what to do, things like that. So maybe from an established point of view, if you can maybe give us your viewpoint.
Yeah, I think that's a really excellent question, and it's one that I've grappled with myself over the last, honestly, over the last 20 years that I've been in government with the FDA. I think it's, government gets put into a reactive position all the time because the truth is we can't predict the future. And so within, and I will only claim here to speak from my experience as an economist with operating within our function at the FDA. I think it requires a need to be hyper aware of what's going on in the world, what emerging problems are bubbling up, and what we think the priorities of the administration are going to be. There's really we would not have been able to predict COVID. And so we too had to be very reactive to that. Somehow we managed to make it through. I hope we never have to do that again, but that's just my own commentary there. I think I'm not really sure there's a good answer to that question, if I'm to be completely honest, because it requires abilities that I don't think a lot of humans actually have, and which is the ability to see into the future. All we can do is the best we can to anticipate what emerging issues are going to be, and then to the best of our abilities, and that requires resources, prepare ourselves by getting educated, acquiring information, data, so that when the issues do emerge and it is time for us to act as an agency, we can be as prepared as possible.
Thank you. So I also noted that we spoke a lot about training, having the adequate training, having economists on board. How, in our local settings, can we upskill ourselves to that level? Maybe those are questions we should be asking ourselves. And, I'm talking from the perspective of the draft regulation that has been put forward by SAHPRA to the industry. Yes, we do internal industry RIAs, but has SAPRA done one to that effect in terms of just, because, you know, the transition time is one of the key topics for stakeholders, right? Time is very important. You need sufficient time to adapt and to implement these regulations to ensure compliance. And, you know, sometimes it can take more than 5 years, and in some cases longer. I mean, we see this with the EU MDR implementation. They are just having amendments upon amendments because there are so many challenges, right? They don't have sufficient notified bodies. And we sort of face similar type of things, you know, even with ISO 13485 implementation. We don't have sufficient cabs in the country for local certification. So there's just things that, you know, yes, we all bear it in mind, but have we really sat down and thrashed this out and done the proper analysis or the objective analysis, as Dr. Langer has mentioned? And yes, so that's, I would also like to open up to the floor if there's any questions. I know your tummies are full, your sugar levels are up, you're not sleepy. And yeah, let's see if anyone has any questions.
So, okay. While questions are coming, maybe just to add to you about the training. You know, we also at the university level, and Sudesh can back me up here, is we also don't train people about intellectual property and how to innovate, how to take a product from an idea to a concept to a product, and what happens to it after that. So I think from a regulation perspective, that information needs to be added to undergraduate programs. We've got a lot of biomedical engineers that at many of the universities, these programs need to include the importance of regulation as well as intellectual property. So I think it is a vital role. And much the same that SAPRA has certain skill sets, they may need to broaden those skill sets and include more guidance and access people that can be independent and provide more structure.
Do you think that boils down to also funding? Would that be a challenge? I mean, or, yeah.
And I said it in the, no, I think it's on, I don't know,
No,
it's
it's not on.
fading me.
Yeah.
It's fine. So, and the funding is critical, because if you can't keep these processes going, they're not going to impact. And it is, I'm terming it the middle science, because it's not on the front end when you need the innovation. There's a lot of funding available for innovation. There's a lot of funding available for implementation through CDC, Global Fund. These are big partners that can provide funding to implement technologies. But that middle piece, to be able to determine whether a technology is good for our population in our environment, and or to make improvements, that is not well accessible, and that needs to be looked at.
Simone, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, I just want to make another comment. We've heard a lot about the biomedical engineers. We've got the pharmacists. We've got the microbiologists. I just want to remind everybody, from a manufacturing perspective, there's no criteria that the qualified academic is going to be the end manufacturer. We've got a lot of manufacturers that were dressmakers now making masks. We've got just normal engineers producing medical devices. And this is something we need to bear in mind, that not all the skill is going to be able to come through from academia. We haven't spoken much about the role of the manufacturer. We spoke a little about it this morning. The manufacturer is the one that does the innovation and does the manufacture. and they are the ones that are responsible for the essential principles of safety and performance and all the technical evidence, right from design controls to specifications to clinical evaluation and so forth. And it's these manufacturers, they need to also take responsibility and identify the skills that they need, and they need to then approach certain stakeholders that can then also navigate to try and close that gap. Thank you.
Thanks, Simone. So sorry, there's a question over there. I think it's
Sorry, I
Mark.
just wanted to comment on UCT Medtechs. I know Sudesh is having it in a meeting now, but I know what's helped us with some successful startups that started out with CB Pen and Easy Squeezy, for example. We've had 3 startups that are starting out. Has been the close relationship with our tech transfer office. They have helped us tremendously, and I think that is an important aspect. I know it differs from university to university, but that relationship has been paramount for us to get those startups and spin-offs going. And then also just in the other comment is about the manufacturers. We've been working closely with Masita, which has been amazing to get these different manufacturers. There's only so much we can do being an academic laboratory. We don't have the capacity, but that's why the relationships and having this open conversation is an open dialogue is so important. So I just wanted to make that comment. I know Sudesh isn't here, so I'm just going to make on behalf of Sudesh.
Thank you.
Fatima?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, Tanya.
Just maybe some comments and perhaps a question for Dr. Lange. So I think it would be fair to say that in our medical device regulatory space, we haven't done sufficient regulatory impact assessments. And more recently, we're learning and hearing about the value and the purpose and what needs to be done, and we're learning from the likes of FDA. But having heard you, it's not an easy task. It costs a lot. You need very well-trained experts. I imagine it took a good long while to get to where you are, and it didn't happen overnight. So if you had to advise an emerging regulatory authority, what would be the most basic regulatory impact assessment that one could do without having all the bells and whistles like the FDA has?
That's an absolutely wonderful question, and thank you for asking that. Yeah, everything that you said is absolutely correct. This takes a long time to get good at, and part of that is a function of the size and scope of the FDA. We say that 20 cents out of every dollar that is spent in the United States is spent on an FDA-regulated product, and so that's just a massive amount of products that we are required to learn about. And so part of the time needed to really get good at this is a function of that huge scope. There's a lot of different areas of regulation that we actually have to learn about. So part of that is a function of just working at this massive agency that we do. But so it takes several years to really get good at it. So, but to answer your question, what I would recommend is to think about the 3 basic questions that I posed to you all during my presentation. What's the problem that you're trying to solve? What is the scope, the nature of the problem? That can be done. That doesn't have to be done by an economist. That can be done by anybody with analytical experience. Then why is regulation needed? What's the role of government here? Again, you don't need to be an economist to think about what the role of government is. You can have an attorney think about that. You can have a public policy analyst think about that. What is the role of government here? Why can't you just let the free market handle this? And then finally, what would be some policy options? What do you think are going to be the costs? What do you think is the benefit to society by engaging in this action? And if you can describe that, if you can describe those things, and you, again, I don't think you need to be an economist to do that, you will have a very basic economic, impact assessment. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to engage in Monte Carlo analysis. You don't have to do uncertainty, any kind of uncertainty analysis. We are sort of bound by a lot of these bells and whistles are a function of the high profile, nature of the agency and a lot of the expectations that have been put on us by Congress. So I think if you've never done this before, it is definitely possible to do a very basic analysis. If you think about, a few basic questions and think about qualitatively what might happen. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I think, Tanya, you happy with that?
That's great, Dr. Langer. I was also wondering if the FDA or your department is open to support other agencies with training in this particular field.
I won't speak on behalf of the FDA. I will only speak for myself personally and a conversation I had with a colleague in our international office. I think we would absolutely be open to this. I think we would actually be thrilled and honored to share whatever knowledge that we have that would be beneficial to others. I would love it.
Thanks. Is there anything else? Yes, Khadija.
I just want to talk about an example closer to home of where we've seen a basic attempt at regulatory impact assessment, and that's with BOMRA as they're emerging. I use this as an example because it may have not had the bells and whistles like we've seen, but they've actually targeted with road shows, virtual meetings, etc., different stakeholders to understand changing their act and their regulations. We actually went line by line through the act and the regulations. If all the stakeholders gave their input in terms of what would be challenges arising, what could work, what couldn't work. And I think that is a very good example of where you can start with the basics, in that you unpack it and they listened. It was a mutual exchange because they gave themselves what were their perspectives and why an ask from the stakeholder could not be met fully, for example. But at least there was that collaboration and I would say the eagerness to understand from the regulator what is the impact to my stakeholders. So for me, that was just a comment on how we've seen it in action at a very basic level.
Thanks. I think those are very valid points. And yes, there was an oversight from my behalf on that. But yes, you're right. It was quite extensive. It was a 2-day workshop. And very engaging. I mean, they had people from the cosmetic industry as well, I remember. So, based on this whole workshop theme, regulatory convergence, right? So my take is here that any initial regulatory framework should include recognition and use of international standards, right? Because it enhances your convergence and reliance. And our end goal is to ensure that we'll provide faster patient access to innovative technologies. And we've been seeing sometimes, Sudesh highlighted how long it sometimes takes, to get a response or to get things through. So, with the fast-paced technologies, we really, I think, need to work towards reliance. I think the whole theme, it all ties in. And, let's not reinvent wheels. Let's not make it burdensome. The frameworks should be, yes, governing, but
not to a burdensome extent. That's just my 2 cents worth. Anything else from the floor? Yeah.
Sorry, just basically going back to the previous session where we had sort of a reliance model. Can't we implement that? I know we can't have a 100% reliance model, but to say, okay, the FTA did this RAI, we need to adjust it a little bit for South Africa, for example, and then say, okay, well, we don't need to do all that work over again. Let's just incorporate a small little part and basically push that through on a quicker basis.
Yeah, I think Dr. Langer had a great suggestion about the 3 basic questions that, I mean, I think that's the bare minimum we should be doing, right? Why do we want the regulation? What are we trying to solve, etc.? So I think if we can just do that, and, you know, the cost, the impact to the multi-stakeholders, I think we should be okay. It's just a matter of, I think, implementing it and starting to ensure in any policy development that that's what we do. Simone?
Yeah, what's sitting in the back of my mind is we had the Medicines Control Council. It was very much Drugs Council and the way they operated. And 4 years ago, we now had SAPRA with new people coming into play and starting on a new journey of medical devices. And we've just gone through quite a lengthy process with the Health Products Master Plan, which we're going to talk about, and hopefully not too soon, and far away. But maybe SAPRA needs to also look at its structure and possibly, maybe like the FDA, they need a division to look at regulatory impact on anything that they do, and also on new processes that they're going to possibly bring into the future. We know they're looking at digitalization, so maybe we need to put some more resource into SAPRA. And as I said earlier on, we mustn't forget we already have this happening within our National Standards Authority. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've sort of come to time, and I'd really like to thank our panelists. I think it was a lovely, engaging session, and we've taken a lot of good points. I've made some copious notes here, and we'll obviously try and share it with the organizers and make it available. So thank you once again, Simone. Thanks, Professor Scott. Thanks, Dr. Langer, for your time and being up so early in the morning. Thanks a lot, but you look great anyway for early morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, it was an honor. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope this was beneficial to you and to understand what regulatory impact assessments mean, what they are, and how critical it is. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, I know we're running quite behind time, so I'll try and condense things and move things along as quickly as possible, try to get us out as close to time as possible. So thank you, everybody, for joining this final session. We will be talking about industry perspectives and stakeholder perspectives on medical devices and regulatory pathways. I'll start by just having each of our panelists very briefly go around and introduce themselves. I'll start with our FDA colleague who's online, and then we'll move down the line.
Great. Thank you for that. It's a real pleasure to be here with you all. My name is Joseph Rieras. I'm the Director of the Office of Trade and Global Partnerships at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Thank you.
Vic van Vuren, I'm facilitating the Medical Devices Master Plan.
Good day, everyone, and thanks for the invitation. I'm Sarah Cohen. I represent SALDA, the Southern African Laboratory Diagnostics Association.
Me again, Simone, MDMSA.
Hi, I'm Shireen Haroon. I'm responsible for regulatory for Africa. I'm from Abbott Rapid Diagnostics Division.
And good afternoon. Yes, it's me again as well, Dirk Van Pittiers from Medtronic.
Right. So let's get right into it. So actually, Victor, you mentioned the master plan. Would you mind sort of educating us about that and telling us a bit more?
Right, I'm going to be very quick on this. The government decided a number of years ago that we needed to try and revive the economy and divided it up into 28 sectors. And the intention was that each of these 28 sectors should have a master plan that was consulted upon and agreed upon between the stakeholders, being private sector, government, and sometimes other institutions. And so many of these master plans have been operating for a number of years: automotive, steel, sugar, and so on. And the one that had not been developed was that of the medical devices sector. And so in May last year, I was asked to facilitate the bringing about of a master plan for medical devices. We're now in a draft that's almost final. We're going through to the different stakeholders to get sign-off now. Minister of DTIC is the custodian of it at the moment, but it involves other key government departments like Science and Technology, the Department of Health, SAPRO, which is part of government, and they also need to be part and parcel of the signing off. The vision is a digitalized, integrated, I'm just going to read this, and cohesive ecosystem that enables and supports, encourages development, growth, and competitiveness of local medical technology to produce reliable, quality, and affordable medtech for domestic and export products. Bottom line is we import 90% of our medical devices, and we need to reduce that to something a lot less than 90% import and 10% local manufacture. The master plan's got 4 components to it. I'm not going to go into all the detail, but it talks about the regulatory framework is pillar number 1. This is really the gateway as to facilitating an enabling environment for local manufacturers to up their game. The second is market growth. Technology, production, and skills development is the third one, and research, innovation, and data is the fourth one. And in each of these pillars, we've unpacked what we believe is going to be necessary in order to create that enabling space. The international players say, if you don't go increase your space beyond South Africa to Africa, we've got a problem because the volumes aren't enough in South Africa. And hence the discussion yesterday, which I heard of a number of governments who've come together to create a combination of interaction between the regulators, that becomes crucial because the cost of going from country to register, to certify, is becoming incredibly expensive. And so we need to reduce the costs. So I think it's important that the regulator recognizes the important role that they're going to be playing in creating an enabling space other than just not the important part of looking after patient safety. All over the world, the successful players in the medtech industry are those where they've got an enabling space through the regulator whilst looking after patient safety. And that's going to be necessary to grow this not only in South Africa, but in the Southern Africa and even beyond that into Africa. My last statement on this is that the areas we're looking at is the creation of the enabling regulatory environment, preferential procurement agreements, African market access, identification of medtech that can be manufactured locally, and establishing a path of innovation and commercialization to manufacturing. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. For me, this issue, what you raise, is really kind of near and dear to my heart because I do feel often when we have these conversations, it's very one-dimensional around, for example, yes, it's patient safety. But at the same time, we're sitting in countries where we have like near 60% youth unemployment. When you talk about the fourth industrial revolution, countries that have the jobs are the countries we are buying the products from, and that's why they have the jobs and we don't, right? So if we don't actually get this right, it's part of a broader agenda. It's not just about one single issue. So I think that issue of the enabling environment, I think, is really critical and that we need to take on board. So with that in mind, Shireen, medical device regulations are not as widespread, across the continent as we've been hearing. Is this actually an opportunity that can be leveraged for us, given that we're kind of starting late in the game, but does that give us some advantage in terms of being able to actually, fast-track regulatory convergence, for example?
Yeah, thank you. I think what we have to realize, so from where specifically where I sit, is that over 54 countries on the continent, 54 countries on the continent have some form of regulation when it comes to infectious diseases and in terms of testing of these, particularly in the public sector. whether it's in an adoption or whether it is the landscape is really varied in terms of the regulations in its implementation phase. So in all of this, I think there's some really good examples one could take that is right now being exercised, and some of them that is obviously really way behind. And so I think we must understand we cannot fix this because we are in a situation where we have many, 27 countries, in the different stages of those regulation implementation. However, I think taking that into consideration, if we look at where South Africa is sitting right now and where we look at Botswana is sitting, and we see the differences between the two, we can see that already draft registration regulations are coming up with the labeling, and we've been talking about this all day today. But what does it actually mean going forward? You know, did we do our RIA? And that's what we talked about earlier. Did we do an RIA on the impact? We know industry has really been saying that this is something that may really going to impact us. Because if you want to be able to actually have a product, the insert, to have that particular registration number, and if it's a WHO pre-qualified product, you cannot open that product. It means it's going to have to be done at the factory level. What does that mean when it comes to South Africa and you want to be able to export in around to Botswana, to Namibia, to Zambia with a product? It means you're going to have 2 lines of product production now meaning. So it's a typical example. We're starting already with something. Maybe we need to go back to that drawing board, SAPRA, if you're still here, to really look at around this labeling requirement that is probably looked at to be coming in 2 parts. The other part is about WHO pre-qualification and the CRP process. Many of our products are, well, have to be, specifically in the industry that we are in, have to be pre-qualified to be able to be used in all of the 52 countries. Saying that, what we've seen that through the CRP has bringing 1 year of registration timeline using the CRP to 90 days. Only because at the end of the day of the so-called reliance of the WHO pre-qualification. So I really would like to encourage that more countries sign up for that particular process, which allows that if it is pre-qualified, you don't have to go for in-country evaluation, you have to use the same dossier as WHO, yes, but really so much more, it becomes that we can bring that product into country quite quickly. So there's probably like 2, then change control. Let's talk about the third one. I know many of us talked about it today and the number of changes that we would have to go through with the medical device. We know that Europe is going through IVDD, moving into IVDR. Some of the countries in Africa would say, I just need a notification, because I'm pretty good at that. Ethiopia, by the way. Okay? But there are some countries that are saying, well, until you provide me with a sample and technical documentation, and I will give you approval before I can approve a European IVDR. And what does that actually mean? Meaning at the end of the day that this is going to really, really actually stop product going into that country, because we have no choice but to comply with European. So those are 3 things that I think that we could use some good practices in leveraging for South Africa going forward. What works for us on the continent, what didn't work, and try to move this along. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So clearly some opportunities that can be leveraged, but we obviously have to be much more intentional and systematic about it if we're going to get this right in order to actually capitalize on this opportunity. So I'd like to, Simone, for you, what role can the private sector play in ensuring that regulatory convergence is fast-tracked and implemented in a sustainable and appropriate way?
Okay, so when we talk about the private sector, as I understand we're talking about the economic operators being the manufacturers and the distributors. And the only way we're going to be able to fast track is for us to fully understand what the regulatory requirements are, what the guidelines are, and that we follow them. Because what generally happens, it's the economic operator that sometimes causes the delay, especially if they're not doing what the regulator is asking them to do. But then on the other side of it, we need the regulator to be supportive of the economic operators and provide any guidance and training, effective guidance. We've seen some guidelines recently. It's like a textbook. We actually don't need the textbook so much. We need the clear process that we need to follow. So if we want to have fast-track convergence, we need to
you're able to give the regulator or a regulator the full package and enable the approval. Thank you.
So you mentioned the issue of understanding the requirements and the guidelines, and I know when I worked in government, I would always advise people, I say, don't get creative, don't try, be helpful, just do exactly what's being asked, because anything else now becomes a slow track mechanism as opposed to fast track. Now that said, obviously sometimes these regulations don't line up, they don't add up, and you end up in these weird dead ends where you're stuck and it takes years at times. I'll move on to Dirk. What is the role then, in related to this, of regulators, that regulators should be playing to ensure that medical devices are appropriately regulated and that regulatory convergence is actually operationalized?
I think that, and it comes to a statement that I made earlier about the fact that no man is an island as such. I think also, and that basically means is that, regulators shouldn't just be looking at the regulations and the impact that they have on their country. They should be looking at their regulations and seeing where they fit into in our global village, because that's what we are now, And the thing is that the question that I would have is that do we need another FDA? And no disrespect to my fellow colleagues sitting at the FDA at the moment, or in the EU, or the TGA. But do we need another one of those? Where, we need to fit in, we need to see how we fit in this cog that turns and that we all play our role. Otherwise, we're going to have a whole lot of regulatory authorities that are all non-harmonized, all sitting up at the top, being top-heavy, and there's no benefit to the patient. Okay, so the idea of an Africa Union as an example, where there's a system of reliance, and that can build on that, and that we can have free-flowing product which is approved in areas flowing across from one to the other. It sounds really nice. It's not going to be easy to put in place, but maybe that's something that we should be aiming for. Okay. And just as an example, we were talking now about products in terms of IVDs. Exactly the same position is for medical devices. So imagine a device that is MDD approved. Okay, in Europe, in South Africa, okay? And we have a patient who's got a pacemaker implanted. In fact, that patient is potentially sitting in the audience because she's working for UNICEF. So she's come over from Europe where she had her device implanted. She's come to South Africa where it's approved and where her appropriate physician can follow her up with the appropriate programming, which is necessary on a 6-monthly basis. However, what happens now is that she's just been called up to Rwanda. And Rwanda has recently become a regulated country. So she goes there, and she's on, I think I remember the Afrikaans word, afgedeelde diens, detached duty. So she's been put on detached duty in Rwanda to go on a project there, to work on similar what you're doing in South Africa. And she needs her follow-up. Her device is inside her, so she's carrying it with her. But now she has an episode, or maybe she just needs her regular checkup. And she goes to her physician and she says, I need a checkup. And he says, sorry, MDD to MDR, we don't have approval yet. And then she says to Medtronic, what are you going to do? Now we have to work with the regulator in terms of an expedited review, which may or may not be possible, but are there then regulations in place for her as an emergency scenario to deal with the issue that she may have, or in fact just having the follow-up? So the idea of this regulatory convergence or this reliance model is, once again, it's not there because we wanted to make life easier from a multinational perspective, or from a local manufacturer's perspective, or from a regulator's perspective, because we need to look at the regulators. As I said before, the regulators and us, from a regulatory perspective, we're two sides of the same coin. Ultimately, what we need to do is we need to take that forward. We need to start at the beginning, and we need to look at who's going to benefit from this, and that is the patient.
Yeah, keeping in line with that theme of, it really is about the patient. It should be about the patient, right? If we can all agree on that. When I see a manual like you just showed, right, that is definitely not about the patient, right?
No, it's not.
None of us have read that. None of us is going to read it. All of the things when you download an app and it says we just click yes, right? How many of you read all those terms and conditions? Nobody does, right? So being practical, if no human being actually reads that stuff, right? Why do we keep doing it, right? It feels to me like a lot of like cover your ass sort of things that you're putting in there just on that off chance that something blows up in one place, but it becomes almost impractical and it becomes an obstacle in my opinion. That said, let's move on to Sarah. What are therefore the 3 top recommendations for successful introduction and implementation of medical convergence for medical devices?
Thanks so much. That's a difficult question to address, just 3 aspects. But I think we've covered a lot in the last 2 days.
You can cover a bit more than 3.
Right, okay. I'd like to reflect on what was said during the Zanzibona discussion yesterday, where there's clear alignment from a pharma perspective. I think we need that from a medical device and IVD perspective. We need to align the fact that we want the same regulatory insights from the various regulators on the continent. So they need to be aligned when it comes to industry requests and requirements. It'll make it a lot easier for the industry. That's very important. It'll be a lot more cost effective. And we also need to think about the small to medium enterprises as well, in the Southern African context as well. The region, what are we facing when it comes to product registration, as well as the expectation to ISO 13485, and to align with the standard. Someone alluded to the fact that we don't have enough local cab capacity, and we do need that, particularly for our local industry as well as our multinationals bringing products into the country now to align with a new standard. So that's very important. I think the engagement with industry experts, we've talked about that, how we can use academia, how we can use the industry to leverage all their knowledge to assist the regulators. I think that's another aspect that's very important. The piloting before implementation, I think, really becomes important. As we move towards product registration, we're still awaiting the guidelines from our local regulator, but I think we need to workshop those guidelines before we implement. Everyone needs to know the roadmap very clearly. So if those are the 3 aspects I can talk about, I think that's very important. It's very heartening to hear from our regulator that they're going to look at other jurisdictions, because at the moment we have 6 that we know about. We have the pre-qual from WHO, but we need to look at other jurisdictions, maybe more mature jurisdictions that we can learn lessons from, that regulators on the continent can learn from. So I think I'll pause there, but those are some of the recommendations, I think, from industry. Thank you.
Excellent, and perfect segue into Joseph. And you representing a mature regulatory agency and having heard the discussion so far, I'd be curious as to your reflections.
I've been nodding my head at everybody's remarks because I think, they're consistent with how the USFDA views its role in regulating medical devices and ensuring that the stakeholders understand our requirements. One person talked about guidance. We have a regulation on good guidance practices, where, obviously medical devices is a high technology sector. There's innovation, all the time. And so regulator can't issue rules that keep up with the pace of technological innovation. So therefore we issue guidance. We rely a lot on guidance. And we make efforts to ensure that stakeholders, industry, patient groups, et cetera, that they understand the guidance that we issue. And so I think we see guidance as a good regulatory practice. And so we issue a draft guidance for comment, and we ask industry and other relevant interested parties to comment on the guidance. And it's a back and forth process before we issue the final guidance. And so, I think as a regulator, I think adopting good regulatory practices, using international standards as the basis of regulation, best practices, technical guidance from relevant international organizations like the IMDRF. I think this is a way to foster international regulatory convergence. And not only does it benefit industry and stakeholders, but I think it benefits regulators. I think sometimes that point gets lost in the discussion. Like, this is good for regulators. And for instance, with public consultation, right? You know, you're receiving input from all those who are affected. It results in a better regulation in the end. You gain access to data information that you otherwise would not have had access to. Through the consultations, you build trust and build relationships with the regulated community. And you provide insights into how, or you gain insights on how your action may have consequences beyond your borders, how it may affect supply chains. And so, you know, I think, and that's just for the benefit to the regulator of something as basic as public consultation. And so, yeah, I mean, I think FDA, we fully support regulatory convergence and adopting good regulatory practices. We held a joint workshop with the African Medical Device Forum in Nairobi in November, where many of these themes, it was a 5-day workshop attended by a dozen regulators. You know, many of these themes of reliance, we fully support reliance, good regulatory practices, transparency. These were themes that were highlighted during that conference, and these are themes. Regulatory impact assessments, obviously, right? So these are issues that we support and that we promote and advance, because it's a win-win situation for everybody involved.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. The good part, questions from the audience. I'd like to open it up at this point.
I have a question.
Where is that?
Yeah, Simone, me.
Oh, there you are. All right, go ahead, Simone.
Sorry, I can't remember the gentleman's name from...
Joseph.
Joseph, the question's for you. What hasn't come up today is that we have got many medical devices that have been on the market for many years, like a plaster of Paris bandage, gauze swabs, procedure packs. Now we're going to go into a registration process. So these products have all been A-OK for 60 years. And now we've got to go through somebody to review a dossier and pay a fee. How should the regulators in Africa who are going through this new journey, what should they consider in regards to grandfather products? Thank you.
Sure, no, thanks for the question. And I think what comes to mind is risk, taking a risk-based approach. I think you mentioned bandages, and you know, that's a low-risk product, right? So I think to the extent there's a registration requirement for such a low-risk product, perhaps those registration requirements could be eased or abridged or expedited. I mean, it's you know, obviously each regulator is sovereign, and so we can't, you know, we can only make recommendations. But I think if the product has been on the market for 50, 60 years and there's a low rate of adverse event reports, you know, I think that should be a factor taken into account. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all approach, or I would advise against a one-size-fits-all approach to every single medical device. I mean, it's not like pharmaceuticals, right? I mean, medical devices, there's so many different kinds of medical devices with varying types of risk. And I think that needs to be taken into account.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional questions? Okay. If not, I'll ask, I have one for, yeah, anyone feel free to take this one. So much new advanced stuff is coming out, right? You know, robotics, you know, brain implantable devices, genomics, you know, all these sort of new technologies that are coming about. Is there, you mentioned, I like the idea, Joseph, you mentioned of using guidance almost as a middle ground, right? Meaning not have perfection be the enemy of the good. It allows us to stay flexible enough to try and keep pace with what's developing. But I'd just be curious from all the panelists in terms of your thoughts related to some of these newer, more cutting edge things that are coming through that are probably going to find their way into a lot of the old products, so to speak, right? So now you have, for example, an old use case, but empowered with a new AI or whatever to make it more efficient or to add more sort of interpretive power to it or whatever is the case. So I'd just be curious as to your comments on this, because I think this is the wave that's coming.
Ernest, that's a very good question. And it's something that I often said. in many cases with the new innovations that are coming through, it is the manufacturer or the innovator that's actually the expert in the technology. And you're not going to get the regulator with that expertise. And this is where, for me, proving to the regulator through health technology assessments, through good technical documentation, for me is going to play a primary role. So you're absolutely right. With the new technologies that we've got, I don't believe the regulators are going to have the expertise in many cases. But the expertise sits with the manufacturer. But the concept of safety and performance with essential principles, that's fairly formalized. And that's what the manufacturer needs to do a good job on. Thank you.
I'd like to add to what Simona said. I think also about the compatibility of regulations that will come in across. So you could, for example, if you do have a device now that communicates in terms of giving Wi-Fi, going into Ministry of Health, and it actually is sending you results, but you're sitting in a primary health care. That now needs to be part of a communications, and you need the licensing. But it's very different to IVD. And so these so-called regulators would need to come together with the legal manufacturer or manufacturers, to be able to find the way to make compliance that's going to be safety to patient in meeting all of it. I think the collaboration is not done. There's so many customs import. You've got this communications piece. You've got then obviously the IVDs part. So all of these are not collaborating. And you find as a legal manufacturer, you've got to comply with these separately. But going forward, we're going to have to sit in a room and really do that huddle together. Thank you.
Sounds like a lot of work yet still to be done. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments on the issue of the latest advice? Joseph, I'm curious. FDA has been sort of dealing with the issue of sort of the really cutting edge stuff that's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a struggle, right? Because as noted by panelists, we're not experts. We're not the leading edge experts in, artificial intelligence, machine learning, software as a medical device. And so we do have to rely on the stakeholders and the experts as we develop our approaches in these areas. I think collaboration is key. For instance, in the International Medical Device Regulators Forum, there's a working group on software as a medical device where regulators can exchange views and information, and that helps us all who participate. We've recently expanded IMDRF affiliate program. And so, for instance, Kenya has been recently admitted as an affiliate, Argentina, Israel, Taiwan. And so we're I think, bringing more folks under the rubric, I think, is the way forward. And this way we can exchange views and what we've all learned in these sort of high-tech areas in collaboration with industry and other interested parties.
Okay. And for example, at the FDA, has this taken the form of, like, within the FDA, have you maybe departmentalized this, saying we now need a, software directorate, or is that, again, something under discussion and consideration?
We have a digital health center for excellence, for example, within our Center for Devices. And so we've created centers for excellence. That's one approach to kind of really devote resources and specialized attention to these topics. On AI, machine learning, it's a work in progress, obviously. So, but we have guidance on AI, ML, and we are constantly evaluating our approach in light of developments and in light of input that we receive from industry, because it's not just, oh, here's a proposed rule, industry, please comment. It's even, it's beyond that. It's more of a iterative process. There's a relationship and there's a back and forth. So there's more constant communication. And I think that's what you need, really.
Okay, thank you.
If I may come in.
Yes, please.
In Africa, we have many disadvantages, or we're emerging economies or developing economies, and we're competing with the developed economies when it comes to medical devices. The one area we can build a competitive edge is speed to market. If we've got efficient, effective processes, that can cut down the timelines considerably, you sit with an advantage on one component. And I think that's where the whole process is equally important as content comes into play. And we can do that in Africa in terms of getting speed to market. When we've got new products coming in from A to B, how do you get there, and how, not compromising on quality, I understand that. But nevertheless, if you look at it globally, that's where the guys in the Asian countries are picking up a huge advantage, is their speed to market.
So it strikes me that for all of this to happen, we need massive political will, right? How do we harness the level of political will required to provide that sort of executive sponsorship that will allow us actually to get this done?
I can come in on that. There's a discussion next week with the Office of the President, because I mentioned all these master plans, and some of them are hitting stumbling blocks. But we find that the address for these different master plans, one is with DTIC, one is with a different ministry, and there's no coordinated effort in managing master plans. That's going to change, and hopefully after the elections, it's going to be housed at the Office of the President, where you've got a champion that's going to look after the coordination of master plans, so that if you've got blockages within government departments across the spectrum, that can be addressed at one central point. And I think that's where the political will comes in. It's going to be driven from the top, from the President himself with his ministers. And I say him because I'm assuming we're going to have a male back into the top position. I may be wrong, but it'll be good if I am wrong.
That actually may solve our problems, to have a female president. So yeah, any more questions from the floor, please? Yes. The lady and then the gentleman.
Hi, I just also wanted to make a comment. We've been talking quite a lot about the African Union and convergence. If you look at Africa regionally, you've also got policies that are very definitive for regulatory, for IVDs, medical devices, in East Africa. So the EAC have got its own set of policies that then filter down to countries like Tanzania and Kenya. And it's the translation of local policy that gets a little bit misguided. So we don't really know, who we're following. We've got the whole African Union, then we've got ECOWAS, we've got Zazibona, we've got regional policies, local policies, we've got WHO guidelines and frameworks, we've got advice from, our other stringent authorities. So I think the regulators in Africa have got a very difficult decision, to decide what is appropriate for their countries. Do they know our products? And what, it's not a one-size-fits-all. So they have to divide the sector into, what's a priority product? What is a low-risk product? And the risk-based approach for everything, from a Class A to a Class D, is vital. I understand that the regional initiatives are helpful, but when it comes down to actually submitting a dossier, it translates very differently.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yes, and sir, you had a question as well, or a comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Newton. I'm from Market Access Africa. I would like to build on what you have said about the massive political will that will be required, and also some of the issues you have raised. I've been asking myself, unfortunately, I was not able to attend yesterday, one question that through this whole meeting and engagement, where is SADC? I was hoping that maybe as the political representative of the region, they would also be involved to understand how some of the discussions that are being done here can be implemented in all the 17 member countries. So that would be a question to the organizers, not to say that this meeting has not been effective. Thank you.
I think I'd like to also hear how Zazibona sits into, I hope I got the pronunciation right, into the SADC debate. But with the last comments that were made, I think we've got to start in a specific area and try and align that first. So SADC lends itself to exactly what you're saying. We've got a SADC Secretariat that this could be tabled at, and then look at how we can normalize a situation where we can operate within the SADC region on a much easier basis. Then we go to the EACs, and we can go across to COMESA in West Africa, and so we can move across. I think it's like eating an elephant piece by piece. But the SADC lends itself towards to a starting point. And that's where Zazibona, when I listened to them speak yesterday, the different role players from the regulators, it almost replicated many of the SADC countries. And I think we need to see how the two of them are aligned. I don't know if they are.
Simone?
Yeah, another aspect that comes to mind is that we said this morning we've got 50,000 medicines and 500,000 medical devices. So doing the convergence and the registration process, we can't just switch it on in one go. It's going to have a very articulated plan and timeline for implementations. And it could take up to 10, 15 years. You know, we've had, like I said, the products on the market for 50 years, some of them. Maybe we leave them to the last, but we definitely need a very articulated plan and timeline. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess. Thank you.
Shireen?
No, I think I absolutely agree with Simone. I think that we've seen in countries in Africa right now that have implemented where they've given guidelines in terms of registration timelines that this is not being met, and they have come back and said, we cannot do it in a year. We now, got a backlog. It's taking us 15 months to 2 years. So I think we could have lots of learnings, and I think to the point of what Robin has said, where are we following? What are we doing? Where does AMA fit in here? Where does AU? We've been talking about this journey of harmonization for over 10 years. I remember conversations that's been happening with London School, Pan-African Harmonization Committees almost 8 years ago. And we're still sitting here today, and I think we have to find out what can we do? Let's move forward. Let's get together. And even if we have to do 3 things and come to a space and say we're going to achieve this in terms of harmonization, even in the region, to the point of SADC, are we just going to talk about post-market surveillance? Are we going to talk about registration? Let's try to harmonize and find something that we can take forward and say we've done it. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tandega from Abbott. My question is for Joseph. Seeing as the FDA is well established, I'd like to know what does he think, or what is his opinion on what are the most basic elements for new regulators to consider when rolling out for their first rounds, and which elements can they only regulate or bring in at a later stage? Thank you.
I'm just so I understand your question correctly, sort of what, for a sort of developing regulator, what can they do sort of within their capacity? Is that what you're asking?
That's correct. For a phased approach, which elements can they bring in later on once it's a bit matured?
Yeah, that's a great question that has come up it came up when we were in Nairobi as well. And I think, obviously each regulator is different and has to, do things in light of its own context situation. But again, I go back to stakeholder engagement, public consultation. Talk is cheap, right? So you can use virtual tools to have workshops and hearings and meetings and pre-consultation meetings, and you can request survey information. You can reach a variety of audiences now in light of technology, but I'm doing this on Zoom, right? So I think that could be a first step that a regulator could take. I mean, obviously doing regulatory impact assessments, perhaps not all regulators can do a full-blown regulatory impact assessment, today. But I think that's also key. And and so I think a lot of folks want to jump straight ahead to artificial intelligence, right? So, but I think that perhaps you would leave that for later. I mean, or software as a medical device, but start off with sort of the basic GRPs, employing regulatory cooperation to further develop your capacity, learning from others, and then that could be a first step.
One question I have, as we are talking about convergence and developing these frameworks, is in line with the kind of learning from best practices, right? Is there somewhere where you, almost like there's a benchmarking of who has been able to do what the quickest, right? So depending on the different steps, the different processes, and that then be sort of almost made available, and then whatever they did to accomplish that can be codified for adoption by others. Does that sort of resource exist?
Simple answer is no.
Okay, yes, because I'm just...
We haven't got product registration yet. We're still waiting to find out what it's going to look like.
Yeah, but I'm saying for those who do have it, right? You know, for those who do have it, is there a sense of, here's, you know, because remember, because for me, it all boils down to when the rubber hits the road on a Monday morning, like what actually happens, right? Not what the regulations said, et cetera, because if it takes you 5 years to go through the process, it doesn't matter, right? The thing is obsolete by the time you've made the decision. So I was trying to think in terms of almost a systematic way of trawling for those best practices to say, you know what, you managed to do that part in 1 week, right? And here's somebody else who's taking 9 months for that same thing. Like, so is there a way to be able to almost do this in a bit more of a systematic, as opposed to each of us trying to figure it out all on our own and each of us hiring consultants to go look out for best practices? Is there just some more centralized...
There's best practice in Ireland. I mean, you look at the Irish model, which is one that stands out as to an industry that went from almost zero to world leaders. You can look at Korea, you can look at many countries have got good examples. Brazil even got some examples we could look at. So when you start looking country to country, but for me, the one that stands out in terms of speed and how they've got that market growing is the Irish model.
Okay.
I'd like to add on to that comment. For me, there's a vast difference between these mature jurisdictions and what they've done and our immature jurisdictions. Our landscape looks very different to what Ireland and Brazil's got. I think Khatija wanted to comment.
Yes. Khatija.
I think we've seen, if you look at convergence and adoption and harmonization, we've seen from an amateur regulator, which was the Thailand authority, partnering with a more advanced, which is Singapore. And we have seen the data coming from there, how successful it's been. So I think, yes, it's not in a systematic way, but you do have these examples, and more of that should be leveraged. And I think the IMDRF has a significant role to play here as well, where maybe that kind of data becomes more systematic. So it becomes visible for the emerging authorities to actually see tangibly how it translates into successes.
Comment in the back?
Thank you. My name is Nora. I'm with Ascendis Health. My question is for Vic. I understand you saying that you're still working on the master plan, the submission thereof. But I would appreciate it if you can provide an overview in terms of the main recommendations that you have deducted from engaging with different stakeholders, particularly where strengthening the regulator is concerned. Thank you.
That could take a while. I don't know. But what I can do is engage with you afterwards and even let you have a copy of a document that you can see all the different parts of it. I mean, from a regulator point of view, just to highlight, I think it's the capacitating the regulator because of the huge challenges in our current situation, is to find ways in which we can facilitate and empower the regulator. And it goes beyond SAPRA. There's other players in the regulatory space as well, so that they can be able to deliver what is required. I think training and identifying skills future skills in the regulatory framework arena, not only in the regulator, but for the private sector, because what we find is many of the private sector players don't have the necessary skills to understand and deal with regulation, but they've rather got the technical skills, especially for small businesses. We need to look at that. The regulatory impact assessment process that it's built in, and it's great to see the regulators talking about regulatory impact assessments. And I think those are just some of the elements that come into play. But I can't remember them all offhand. I don't have the document in front of me. But I can make that available for you if you wish to look at that.
And Victor, is that document publicly available? Or
It's been sent around to all the role players, so it is fairly a public document. So okay. I certainly don't mind making it available. It's a draft. And those who want to look at it and even provide comment are most welcome. It's gone to all the private sector role players, the MDMSA, SAMED, SALDA, and so it's not a secret document. Okay. And the government departments have all got it.
And I have nodding from the organizers that they can facilitate making that available to anyone who wants it. So, Simone, you had a comment, I think?
Yeah, just going on from what Khadija said, you know, we are familiar with the CE process. We are familiar with the FDA. And we shouldn't be reinventing the wheel, that common statement. Although saying that, I mean, and the FDA are here to support the regulators, I mean, that's why we are here today. Maybe their processes are a bit too mature for us. And then I think back to the Tanzanian regulatory process and how simple they've kept it in the initial phase. And maybe that's what we need to do, is start small and then grow and have a simple process in the beginning and not try and be the FDA process or the CE process. From a manufacturer's point of view, like I said this morning, some of us have to adopt those processes because we want to export to Europe. Sorry. And they clearly don't get the message. Anyway, thank you.
No worries. Yeah, one thing that does occur to me, because Shireen, you mentioned the issue of like, let's find maybe one thing or max 3 things and really push them through, right? Along that vein, like when I think about Africa and our unique needs as a continent, right? The labeling thing, for example, rises to the top for me in terms of we literally have thousands of languages, right? And when we're talking about the patient, I mean, I know we heard all these international languages mentioned. I didn't hear Xhosa or Zulu, you know, and translating all this stuff into local languages in each country, for example, right? So we kind of have this unique problem of like, you know, Nigeria alone has 400 languages, right? Like, no one outside is going to solve that for us, right? There's almost no precedent for that situation. So could we take on something like that and say, let's come up with a unique solution that just makes this rational and not insane, right? And whether it's the QR coding, whatever, or AI or something that could give us a breakthrough for something like this, that we talk about manually trying to deal with this stuff. It's craziness, right? But I'm just curious in terms of, can we be bold on, like I said, pushing through a few key things that then we realize we can do it, and then the next thing is a bit easier because we have the relationships, the trust, the alignment in place around pushing through that one thing. I'm just curious about that. And not being from this industry, you might say that's just craziness, Ernest, but I'm just trying to push us to, are there some kind of more revolutionary, bold things we can do?
I really think that SAPRA needs to look at that, you know, the impact assessment around the extra labeling. Yeah. We've been looking and we've been pushing this as industry, not because we're trying to be difficult, but have they really done the impact analysis on the extra labeling effort that they want on all IVDs and medical devices? And if they can truly answer that is yes, and know that impact and the outcome, then we must be ready for that. But I'm not sure if we've really thoroughly understood that. I don't.
Khadija.
I just want to talk to an initiative where the Global Medical Technology Alliance, which is GMTA, the Africa Working Group. So we've decided to do just that, take 3 initiatives. for the continent and work with the African Medical Device Forum. One of them, the first one, is labeling harmonization. And what we're really trying to push for is the adoption, right, rather than adaptation of guidelines. Because that's where these, if you just adapt from a core guideline, that's where you start seeing the creeping in of local requirements. But can we drive total adoption for labeling? Can we drive total adoption for GMP or ISO 13485 recognition? So as the GMTA Africa Working Group, we've set that as our next year's focus, at least with the AMDF, because we want to say what are the big, the big issues, and then move on to the next one, the next hurdles. So just to give you that feedback.
Okay. And just a quick check, how many people in the room had heard about this initiative? Okay, one.
A separate part of that.
No, no. So because we're not doing it targeting just one authority at a time, we want to leverage the AMDF's capacity here, so that we drive it continentally.
Okay. And
so it was not target. So what we're hoping the AMDF will do is bring then all the regulators together to push this agenda.
Okay. So and I think there was something raised earlier, a question raised, like, for example, would an initiative like this then tie in with the different regional economic communities? Would it tie in with SAZEC? Would it tie into initiatives like Zazibona? Like, just was that sort of the vision for how this would tie in, or we'll do some pilots and then we'll communicate and then deal with other countries that are and other regions being brought on board later? Just curious.
I think one of the things is to move a little bit away from regional harmonization. Okay. Because as we've seen, there's still issues when it comes to like Zazibona, etc. We want to leverage the AMDF. We want its role in Africa to become, I would say, have a little bit more teeth in terms of implementing these across Africa. Okay. So that's why the collaboration with GMTA and AMDF was considered critical to these two, I would say, focus areas.
Okay, great. Simone.
Thanks, Khadija. I didn't know about that initiative, and what's in the back of my mind is that we've got these pockets of groups doing things. And at the end of the day, we have got country national standards organizations. And at ARSO, that's exactly what they're doing. We're doing the harmonized approach. And these have got technical committees with technical experts. And at ARSO, some of the regulators are actually on that committee. So surely that should be seen to be as one of the stakeholders that can drive the formalization of these initiatives rather than setting up a separate entity. But obviously that might be a discussion for another day. But what's worrying me is that we're going to have these pockets of groups doing things, and we need to try and streamline and line it into one journey. Thank you.
Victor, and then I'll bring it to a close with everyone doing final comments.
The master plan, when it's implemented, can play a role of coordination of many of these activities, because it should be the hub that identifies, not runs these different initiatives, but identifies them and makes sure that they are publicly known to those people who need to know about it. So that's how the automotive industry is operating very successfully, that all the initiatives are taken to the central hub, and that's where people can tap in, and then we can start aligning rather than duplicating efforts.
So I'd like to bring our session, start to bring it to a close. I'll go around and have all of our panelists just give a final parting comment, parting thought. Joseph, we'll start with you.
Sure. And just piggybacking on the comment and discussion about the AMDF, I think that, I think for the reason that I think I personally, I think FDA would as well, would agree with leveraging the AMDF to sort of make more coherent the spaghetti bowl of regional initiatives and national, AMA, all this other stuff that's going on. I think that would make sense to me in terms of a continental approach to sort of make more coherent the various approaches.
Thank you. Victor.
I think the role players, government and stakeholders from the private sector, need to decide whether the medical devices industry in Africa, particularly Southern Africa, has a role to play in economic growth and job creation. Otherwise, we're going to just rely on imports, and it's a costly exercise with no added value. Thanks.
Sarah.
Thanks. I do agree with what Vic has said about localization, but I think if we look at medical devices and RVDs, there's three areas that we need to focus on. That's the collaboration between industry and the regulators, and to make sure that the guidance are clear, that there's clarity. Also capacity building, not only the regulator, but maybe academia can assist if there's a conflict of interest seen between industry assisting the regulator. Maybe that's we can bring in academia to assist with that. And also then communication, collaboration go hand in hand with everything that we're doing. So I think those are really important to make sure this industry works. We're all eagerly awaiting the roadmap for product registration. I think that will have to be a very planned approach. As Simone said, I do agree with that, as well as the ISO 13485 and how that's going to impact industry from the new standard and the expectations. We also need strong local cabs with the expertise to assist through this process as well. Thanks.
Simone.
Yeah, I agree with what Vic and Sarah have said. For me, communication is going to be a very big player. The fact that we only had one person from SAPRA here today, we didn't have the other role players like SABS, conformity assessment bodies, DOH, very important. We all forget that SAPRA is an appendage of the Department of Health, and we actually haven't spoken much about Department of Health today. So, yeah, communication is going to be very important. These sessions I was at the Nairobi, well, not at Nairobi, but I was on virtually. And we also had the session here in South Africa in November. And now we're having this session. So a lot is being said, but I'm just a bit worried, has anything been heard? Thank you.
Same thing. I think exactly my sentiments. I think we've been talking about this journey for quite a while, bringing it back to home. Now we've got impending regulations that are coming out. We're seeing Botswana's already, and we could learn from some of the communication and how they've implemented that, and some good things that came out. I've heard somebody from Namibia was part of, that they're probably thinking about it. I heard there was also, I met yesterday from Lesotho, they talked about that they're thinking about regulations. So what are we talking about in the SADC region? Are we all going to become regulated with different kind of strains of regulation? So I think the quicker we start collaborating and actually moving into one pathway and coming together on what we want to try and achieve, the sooner the better. Thank you.
And Dirk.
Yeah, I think there's very little left to be said because everyone's been talking about it, and I agree. I think in terms of collaboration and communication, looking at regulatory convergence, I think ultimately as long as we can do that, and we can have a pragmatic approach with pragmatic regulations that work to the benefit of the patient, we'll be getting somewhere.
Well, thank you so much. Could we all give our panelists a big round of applause? And to the audience, thank you so much for your attention. I will, in the interest of time, since I know we were trying to do a lot of catch-up, I will not summarize everything that we've heard. At this point, I'll hand over back to the organizers. They may have some parting comments for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I know that we're into the late hours of this afternoon, so I don't want to keep you too long. I think just segueing into what we're talking about. From a Medtronic perspective, I just wanted to share this with you because it's been a guiding mission, I think, since about 1949. So these are the words that sort of power or drive our company purpose. And whenever we do company inductions, I think these are the first 6 words that if I get a chance to speak to someone about, these are the words that I mention. So Medtronic is a large company, but how large are they? And to say that we transform the lives of 2 people literally every second of every hour of every day is sort of where we stand as such. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because it's a nice way to segue into what Athene was talking about right at the beginning, early in the morning, about the amount of medical devices that we have. Okay, so understanding what we deal with when we talk about this is then to just say to Kanyisile that in terms of this, when I had the chance to evaluate and to see what product we could share with you today, Kanyisile, we have over 550 device families in Class D that we're going to need to register with you moving forward. And this was the one choice that we took. So I'm going to hand over to Rory. Rory is a principal training specialist for Medtronic Global, and he's going to take you through the product attributes.
Do you want to maybe just pause it there for a second? Sorry, thanks, Dirk. So I was in the sales field for 8 years on principally clinical support as well as sales, and recently been in the global marketing team for Medtronic, for TAVI in general. So I'm by no means a regulatory expert. That's why Dirk's here. But I've been really close to the innovation of TAVI for the last 10 years. So I'm going to speak to that, and I think Dirk will highlight some of the regulatory challenges around a product similar to TAVI, and specifically with regards to how quickly this product has innovated. And we'll show you a little bit. But maybe just to start, we've got an animation of what the TAVI device is. So kind of, maybe before I'm too elementary here, does anybody know what TAVI is and what it treats? Okay, so this device treats aortic stenosis, which is primarily a disease of the elderly, where your aortic valve in your heart gets stenosed, calcium, and you end up having ultimately a lack of oxygen to the rest of your body tissues, muscles, brain. And then you have the symptoms of aortic stenosis: syncope, tiredness, laziness, as a result of this lack of oxygen. I'll get into a little bit more about how this came about, but TAVI treats aortic stenosis, and it's a minimally invasive treatment method. The alternative to this is open heart surgery, and I'll get into that a little bit more when we talk about the timeline, but we can have a look at the product demonstration.
The Evolute heart valve is a treatment option for people with severe aortic stenosis that does not require open heart surgery. Severe aortic stenosis occurs when the aortic heart valve does not open and close properly due to excessive calcium buildup. This makes your heart work harder to pump blood through your body and limits your normal daily activities. Before the procedure begins, you will be given anesthesia or sedation to make you comfortable. The entire procedure typically lasts between 1 to 2 hours. The arteries in your body are like a system of roads that branch out from the heart. There are different routes that your doctor can use to implant the Evolute heart valve, and all come with their own individual risks. So speak with your doctor about what route is best for you. These routes include an artery in your leg, an artery in your neck, a space between your ribs. In a typical Evolute procedure, the doctor makes a small cut at one of these access points and guides a thin, flexible tube with the heart valve into your artery and up to your diseased valve. When the heart valve reaches the diseased valve, the features of the Medtronic Evolute heart valve allow your doctor to reposition the heart valve to assist in accurate placement. Once in place, the self-expanding frame of the Medtronic heart valve enables your doctor to deploy it in a controlled and accurate manner. After expanding, the new heart valve takes over the old valve's function to help blood flow efficiently out of the heart. Once the valve is accurately placed, the thin flexible tube will be removed, the cut will be closed, and the procedure will be complete.
So the innovation of this technology is relatively new in terms of a medical sense. So we'll get to the timeline now, but in terms of the amount of patients that we've currently treated with this, these are stats from 2022, so it'll be a little bit more than this, but over 450,000 patients globally have been treated. The Medtronic system is the most studied system in terms of the amount of patients and patient years, with over 12,000 patient studies. I know there was a lot of mention earlier today about the skill of staff required in medical innovation, and we've got over 2,000 scientists and engineers constantly working on the innovation of this device. And we currently in over 2,500 centers and 160 countries in the world. So very, very established at the moment. I'm going to show you now, it's been up to this point in relatively short time frame. So this is just a innovation timeline with regards to the specific FDA and CE approvals, right? I just want to highlight like how quickly this has happened. So to give you an idea, the first idea of a TAVI valve, so sewing a valve inside a stent, the first idea was in 1988. The first implant of a TAVI valve, not a Medtronic valve, the first TAVI valve implanted was in 2002, so about 14 years later, right? To give you an indication, where we are today in a very similar time frame, right? 15, 16 years from when the first TAVI was implanted, we are already now on our 4th generation device. So it took 12 years to actually implant the first TAVI device, and it's taken a similar amount of time to get to a place where we are now in our 4th generation device. The first generation devices, bulky, complication rates were high, difficult to use, and in 14, 15 years, we're at a place now where complication rates drastically reduced. Some complications aren't even reported anymore, and the outcomes are really good. So what drives this rapid innovation, right? And there's kind of two aspects. So the first one is the patient population, and the second one would be outcomes, right? And when we look at TAVI, so the gold standard of aortic valve replacement is still open heart surgery, which, like I said, you cut your chest open. TAVI came about, its first innovation was for those patients that were at extreme risk for aortic valve surgery, meaning that if you cut this patient's chest open, put them on a bypass machine, anesthetic for anywhere between 4 to 8 hours, there is very, very good chance that this patient will not make the procedure. So this minimally invasive option was created, right? Initially, when TAVI came about, it was indicated for extreme risk patients. And when we talk about risk, we talk about something called the STS score, the Society of Thoracic Surgeons. It's a score based on comorbidities. So the higher at risk you are gives you an indication. So initially it was extreme risk patients only indicated for TAVI. The results in these extreme risk patients were so good that they expand indication. So they expanded the indication to intermediate risk patients. The results in intermediate risk patients were so good that they've now expanded it to low risk, where we are today. So TAVI is now indicated for extreme, intermediate, and low risk patients, which is where we are today. And the data is suggesting at the moment that out to a period of 10 years, that specifically to the Evolut or Medtronic TAVI, is that in terms of durability, it's performing better than surgery. So you can imagine that because of the time frame of this and how the development has been so exponential, and I'm sure Dirk's going to talk about this now, how this poses really specific challenges to the regulatory process, right? And it becomes a fine balance between patients having access to innovative healthcare and patient safety. And I think that's, maybe Dirk, you'll speak a little bit more about that, but just specifically with a product like this at a very, very fast development timeline.
Excellent, thank you, Rory. So I think that one of the single biggest points that we wanted to show, particularly out of this slide, is that these are just the approvals for new products. That's the new generation products that have gone through for the EU, for the US, and for Japan. This doesn't take into account ANZ, TGA, Brazil, and Visa, Health Canada, as an example, in terms of the approvals that you need to go through. And it also doesn't take into account, as an example, what Rory was talking about in terms of the changes in the instructions for use or the indications for use. So going from a high-risk patient down to a medium risk, down to low risk. Every single time that happens, from a regulatory perspective for us as Medtronic, what we need to do is we need to trigger a regulatory change. And that means that we need to assess for every single agency where this is approved in the world. And as an example, even in South Africa, while this might not be a requirement, in the future it's going to be. And if we've got 3 or 4 of these and we go through these regulatory changes and we don't have a rapid assessment, maybe in terms of reliance, but a rapid assessment of your regulatory submission, we could be in line. We could have put in for a new submission for a device. We could have put in a submission for another next generation device, and we could have put in for 3 submissions for each of those devices for a change in terms of the indication for use in a low risk, medium risk, and high risk. Notwithstanding the fact that if we have to make changes in terms of IFU, would that trigger, as an example for SAPRA, what they've put in their regulations, would that trigger a submission or a notification to them? So SAPRA, from our perspective, in terms of looking at this, could be looking at a number of different notifications, a number of different submissions, and a number of new submissions for new products, all at the same time for a single product. Okay, so that is really, really important, and I think that the slide shows it quite nicely.
So, Dirk, and I think another important thing what makes it even more complicated is that there's 2 main components for this, right? So you've got the delivery system. So you need to get the valve to the heart. So the valve is the implantable that's left there, but you need to get the valve there, and that's done by the delivery system. And some of the innovations here between a Pro and a Pro Plus, the valve is exactly the same, but the delivery system size has changed. So that adds a little bit more complexity in terms of the regulatory process.
So we're in line for a lot of submissions potentially. But I think that one of the things, the positives is that we're talking about this now. We're talking about this in an era before we have regulation of individual devices or families in South Africa, which means that we have the chance to impact on that. It means that we have the chance to make sure that we're aligned and that we have reliance or harmonization on the requirements for the registration of devices moving forward. Thank you, Rory. Okay, so if we look at this now, so just as a matter of interest, if you look at this, and I'm going to look at this, I can look forward a little bit as well. So in the EU, and I've chosen the EU because that's one of the alignments that we always have. I know we have the IMDRF, okay, and I know that from a risk perspective, I've put there that SAPRA has adopted the IMDRF risk classification system. If you look at the Evolute Pro and the system, they're class 3, okay, or they are class D, which is both high-risk devices, if you look at it. They also, if you look at it in terms of the rules, they're pretty similar from an implant perspective, and then from a Rule 8, which is Rule 8, but Rule 18 and Rule 14 are for biologics, okay? They are both high-risk in terms of the delivery system, which is this system over here, so it's the system that delivers the heart valve, and then also the loading system against Rule 1. The one thing that I did want to mention, though, is that while you look at a regulatory system and you decide to harmonize against something, it's preferable that if you do harmonize, if you do adopt, then you adopt the system in its entirety. Okay? Because one thing that we've seen that is different is that, as an example, if you have if you have a risk classification which you adopt, but you don't have the appropriate set of terminology and definitions as an example, it could still mean that while you have exactly the same risk class adoption for something, if your terminology is different, so as an example, if your definition of the central circulatory system that you define, because you've decided how that's going to be defined, if that is different to what the EU or the IMDRF states it is, as an example, you could change the class, or the risk class of the device. So it's really, really important that when we look at this, you look at everything in its entirety. Okay, I'll use the phrase again later. No man is an island. Make sure that everything that has an impact on your risk classification system, as an example, is also then appropriately checked and the balance is put in place to make sure that you can leverage against that moving forward. So one of the big challenges, and I don't want to talk about a whole lot of regulatory challenges that we might have, and I want to focus on one or two. This device comes with a really healthy set of instructions for use, okay? 560 pages, 33 different languages, and we need to make sure that we have the idea or the possibility of an IFU. I don't know where the pointer is here, and I'm scared that I pressed the wrong button. Let me just see, there we go. But if you look at this, okay, this is not a TAVI, but this is just another example of one of our devices. That's the device. These are the instructions for use that it comes with, okay? And that's what we need to supply. Okay, and again, this is a cervical cage that you see over here. It's not the greatest of photos, and then here are the instructions for use that come with it. So I think that the point that I wanted to make out of this is really that adopting, and I think the World Health Organization said it very, very well, and I can't quote them, unfortunately. I don't remember the quote, but it goes along the lines of somewhere where it is the responsibility of regulatory authorities around the world to try and ensure that the media that they use moving forward is accelerated so that we don't get to a point where we have situations like this and like this as an example, and also 560 pages for this particular device that we need to ship with every single device. I think just moving forward in terms of labeling, so harmonization of labeling is really important, but so again are the definitions, okay? In South Africa, as an example, every single manufacturer or distributor now that imports a device that is going to have to place a label on that device is going to become a de facto manufacturer. Is there then a point, unless you get the mothership, so to speak, for you as a distributor to put the label on internationally, you know, for you, otherwise we might as well not have a distributor. So we need to then also define, and once again it comes down to the definitions. We need to be able to define what constitutes a label from a SAPRA perspective or a regulator's perspective, and what determines potentially additional or over-labeling, so that we could then make sure that distributors are then known as distributors, as an example. So as an example, we just mentioned, yes, you know, you need the name and address of the holder of the certificate of registration, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think that would go down in any regulator's books around the world, as well as the registration number of the device. So SAPRA needs to know where they can get hold of you if they see this device. It's absolutely perfect. But in terms of the way that it's defined moving forward, it's about the challenge of harmonizing and about setting your terms and definitions. And I think from my perspective, that's it. Thank you very much. I don't know if anyone has got any questions. Oh, I was just about to say, geez, that was job well done, but apparently not. Fatima.
Thanks, Dirk. I think very well presented and showcasing the manual with a small little device. I think that's excellent demonstration. I think these are the challenges that we all face, and yes, you speak about labeling. I think
yes, there are other ways that we can make that information available so that people are aware where it's coming from, for example. But I think changing, especially for companies that are importing, I think 80 to 90% of the medical device companies in South Africa are importers. So to change labeling is going to be very onerous, very costly, and it's going to be passed on to the end user, which is critical. And I think the whole theme of making affordable medicines and medications available to the end user is then sort of nullified. So I don't know, there could be other options. I'm thinking digital solutions for like EIFU or the QR codes, etc., where this type of information can be made available instead of then putting in these big words of paper, which is also against the, would then save the environment and the Waste Management Act. And there's so many things to consider. So
absolutely, and another thing that's just come to mind, and I was talking to Professor Scott earlier on, and I think one of my favorites is post-market vigilance. So if you have to, as an example, have a change in terms of your IFU, which needs submission to a regulatory authority, you also may, as a result of that, have picked up adverse events. Okay, so those adverse events, they need to be continually monitored and notified to the regulatory authority. But now what you also need to do is you need to put in place a field corrective action, which then indicates to the healthcare professional what the potential changes are going to be, what the impact of your indications or your instructions for use have been, and how you're going to correct those. And then if you make that change, waiting for that, you've then got to go and notify new users all the time because you've got your product continually coming into the market, okay? Waiting for the approval from a regulator, and then having to be able to print that and implement it moving forward. With the ability of having an eIFU as an example, or digital label, digital IFU, what happens is as soon as you've got the improvements, you update your eIFU, so it sits there, and the minute the user goes on and they click on it with their camera and it opens them up to the latest IFU. So you've also got that speed of change, which means that the impact on the patient, and that's ultimately what we're all here for at the end of the day. It's all about the patient. Anyone thinks differently, please ask anyone here and they'll just correct you instead of me. But it's all about the patient. And I think that's what, whenever we talk about this, that's what we've got to bear in mind.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you. No, sorry, another question. Khatija. I'm going blind, sorry, old age.
Doug, you raised a very important point in your presentation where you spoke about post-approval changes.
Yes.
On the product. And I just wanted your take on how we can adopt reliance on post-approval changes.
I think that it's as soon as we have, and largely from a South African perspective, because in a situation at the moment where we don't have individual regulatory approvals for our devices here in South Africa, I think that with these submissions, and the minute they literally go through, it means that you don't necessarily then, if you've got a reliance model in place, and you've got an approval, which then, if you've had your product approved as a reliance product from a US perspective, let's say, now you need to go in and you need to put in a new submission because it's changed. If you've got a reliance and you've got your approval from the US, or you've got your approval from the EU, or from PMDA Japan, or TGA Australia, whoever is the faster, and let's say it's a class C device, so you only need the one approval, you don't need the two, because that would be for a Class D device. But for a Class C device, if you've got the one approval, it would automatically mean that being part of your reliance structure, you would already have that approval and potentially then not have to do a submission, depending on the way that our local regulator is going to look at it. But yes, once again, it does mean that, I think, reliance is not necessarily the elixir. It's not the silver bullet. But it's going to go a long way to making sure that patients get access to therapies when they need them, and they need them faster. Yes.
Dirk, thanks very much. You guys did a great presentation there. A lot of work under the water, water under the bridge, in my word, and it's still flowing. The 33 languages that you translated into, are all of those included in the 560-pager, and how did you make sure you got all the right?
Well, so it's actually interesting, because within the 33 languages, often what we do is we'll have a model number, but then we'll have, as an example, what we call a GTIN, which is a global trade number. And essentially, they look at those GTINs, or material, we also call them material numbers. I think like every company, we've got a number of these different acronyms, and you go dizzy with them. But what happens is, as an example, is that of all of the devices, you could have every single one of the books come out, with the exception of 3, all containing English. 15 of them will contain German. 25 of them will have Italian. And so you'll go through the book. So not necessarily all of them will always be made available for all of those languages, and it also may depend on approvals. So as an example, I'm not sure whether you'll get Chinese and Russian and English together in the same book. The chances are potentially there, but no, they don't always go into the same books, because there's always also the potential that the indication for use within the different authorities could also be slightly different, and you could have someone in a certain language reading another language and saying, well, this is indicated for use in this patient like this. As an example, in the US, we might be treating low-risk patients, and in South Africa, we might only be treating moderate and high-risk patients because of the changes if we were regulated, and that could make a difference in terms of the language that you use as well for a person who's multilingual.
Thanks. It must have been quite fun getting all the interpretations. I mean, the actual proper translations.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think translation. For a multinational, not just Medtronic, but any multinational, I was talking to Falana just now, and strangely enough, I mean, that slide she would have absolutely loved, because she was talking about the different iterations of iPhone, whereas we talk about the different iterations of the Evolute Pro. You have these, you have all of these different iterations, and to have all of these different translations of languages, and making sure that the translations are correct. I don't know if you've ever gone on to Google and tried to translate something and see exactly how it comes out. You've really got to make sure that you've got your ducks in a row when you're advising a healthcare professional on what to do. It's not an easy task, and I say that with little understanding of working in what we call our operating unit for this particular product, as an example, and getting them to actually do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rory, I just wanted to extend my thanks to Rory for his technical expertise on this. It's a really very, very technical product, and Rory's been at the forefront of this for a long, long time. Rory, thank you.